to, but we can go into this. Okay, so we're going to be picking up where we left off with Farming Simulator, which this is the save file I believe I want, where we've been doing what's referred to as the Survivorman Challenge. Generally speaking, the way the Survivorman Challenge works, everyone will have like their own individual rules, but thematically it's starting with absolutely nothing and building up from there. So you start with basically $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, because the chainsaw is the minimum required thing to make any money at all. So if you don't have that, you can start the game and sit there and go, well, this is fun. But with that, we also have the additional rules. I may not take loans, I may not take leases or anything like that. We are in a map that we build literally everything, except for there's one building that starts out as your sell point and your buying point, because again, minimum requirement for the game to be functional. And then we've been building up from there. That said, we put a lot of time into this challenge so far, and it's been going pretty well. So if we were to walk around here, so when we started, I did give myself this truck just because the sell point is way past those trees over there, and people watching me carry one chunk of log all the way over there and back for like literal multiple streams would not have flown. So I do have a truck, but I do have the rule that I may not sell the truck, so I can't use it as an instant income. We did have the bus for a sleeping point, because otherwise the alternative is I just fast forward the game until the next day, and again, for content creation purposes, that would be boring. So what we ended up doing is, when we started the game, this hill was covered in trees. I took this chainsaw, that truck, we cut down the trees, we hauled the logs over there, and we used that to get ourselves some greenhouses. From there, we used the money from the greenhouses to help set up our first couple tractors and get all these going on. And then from there, we expand our farm more and more. We got our grain mill where we get flour. We got our bakery where we make bread. We've got our warehouse now. I don't remember what that other building is. And all of that. And we've been just expanding and expanding and expanding. So we're doing pretty good on how this is going. I'm getting a weird, not warning, but getting a weird message on TikTok. It's like, we've noticed that you haven't had your chat on your screen for the last... Oh, that's just part of the grain mill, never mind. We haven't had chat on your screen for the last 2 minutes. Here's the information on how you can do that. It's like, I've never had that on my screen. Okay, so what the heck were we doing? So we are in the month of August. I believe that's our big planting month, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see. August is the planting season for canola, and we were planning on moving into oil in addition to what we've already got going on. And it was the harvest season for wheat, oats, and a bunch of other stuff. Sorghum. Yeah, so it looks like we've already harvested all this, if I'm not mistaken. And we're a little ways into the day. Yeah, so this is harvested. Okay, so that tells me what I need to be doing is handling the prep on a bunch of fields. Alright, so leave you behind. That field back there, that was going to be our... This is going to be our canola field, wasn't it? And you're not planted. You are fully fertilized. Okay. Oh, wait, it says it's growing? Oh, okay, so we already have planted that field. So we've already planted the canola. So I believe where we're at with these other fields is cultivating the fields and doing all that. Let's double check these fields over here. And see where we're at. This is the unfortunate thing when you don't play this game for a long time. You're like, what was I doing? Where was happening? Okay, so... Alright, there's nothing planted here. It is not fertilized. It is not cultivated. That might be cultivated. I think that is cultivated. Yeah, so, okay. So this is cultivated. It needs to be fertilized. And it needs... We won't be able to pesticide it yet. So honestly, it looks like we're probably advancing to planting day. So let's double check that. So planting day for our wheat is in September. We just did the canola. And then we were also doing sorghum, and sorghum's planting is until April. Okay, so it looks like we're moving forward 1 month to September, and then we're going to plant our wheat. And meanwhile, while the wheat is being planted, we can turn around and deal with the sorghum and all that. Okay, I think I'm finally where we need to be. I also just realized we need to flip the bread and the flour. Jeez. It's amazing how much you can just forget what is going on at all when you just take a little while off. So we have $22,000 to our name. And the reason why we have so little money to our name is we did just buy that giant field back there for the canola. And then what we're going to do is we're going to plant the canola, which we've done. When it comes time to harvest the canola, between now and then I should have a payout from all of our wheat fields and all that, at which point we can use that payout to turn around and buy the oil processing building, whatever it's called, and you get the idea with that. So they'll give us a new line of making money. And are you out of stuff? No, you are nowhere near out. In that case, I'm just going to leave that there for a moment. Did I already pick this up too? I probably did. Yeah, so it seems like what I did is the last time I played this, I had already done the things I needed to do this in-game day. And just think. Is the canola one the odd-shaped one? Yes. Are there no AI hires? I am allowed to use AI hires, and I do. But that's usually when I'm working the field, I'll be like, alright, I'm starting to plow this field. Okay, AI, it's now a you problem while I go work on the next thing over here. Because without that, it would become incredibly monotonous to deal with. Alright. Yeah, so it just seems like I had just not advanced the day. Everything was already handled for this in-game day. Alright. The sounds of dial-up internet fill the room. You're transported back to the early 2000s. Early 2000s, man. The dial-up sounds late 90s. I mean, they still continued into the 2000s, but yeah. That's the nostalgia I get, is like solidly in the 90s when I hear the dial-up sound. Okay. I was wondering why you called rapeseed canola, and it turns out it's an acronym from the 70s. Gotcha. I mean, the game calls it canola. That's what I'm going by. The game is physically called canola in the game, so. How's the farm? Doing good. I haven't been back to it in a good while. Drop all the flour in the warehouse. And I can't quite get it all in with one pass. I have to like do one pass on one side, one pass on the other. Dial-up died in the 2000s, right? Technically, I think dial-up still exists, but you're not going to find many people running it. Like, it's only the handful of places that... Oh, come on. I really wish the warehouse, they would make that drop-off point a bit farther out, because it genuinely makes using any type of a trailer to drop off in your warehouse really rough to do, because you have to like pull so far into it. There we go. Just like maneuver it. Yeah, no, and yeah, right, and rapeseed isn't good for advertising. It is one of those things that I wonder what the history is and why it has that name, and then I'm also like, you know what? I probably don't want to know why it had that name. It stands for Canadian oil, low acid. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Alright, instead of fighting with this right now, I need to get them working. So, the first thing I need to do is let's grab our cedar, get it working on one of those fields, because I am going to have to chase around the cedar with our various sprayers for, like, fertilizer and, you know, then herbicide to deal with the weeds and all that. But before I can even do that, I just got to get them set up. We've already apparently cultivated the fields and done all that kind of stuff. But we are in the absolute hardest economy settings. Alright, so we are planting wheat today. And you required solid fertilizer and seeds? Can't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's solid fertilizer, and I don't see any over here. So I have a feeling I ran out of solid fertilizer. You've heard claims of being bad for humans, not sure why. I have no idea. I mean, you can buy canola oil. Like, it could be one of those things that there are plenty of plants that we use in cooking and all that sort of stuff that the end product is perfectly fine, but eating it in the raw is really not good. It's Latin for turnip? That'd be so weird because canola is definitely unrelated to turnip in pretty much every way. I don't think that's correct. You have canola in Australia too? Yeah. It's probably one of those things that, like I said, eating it in the raw is a problem. As the heating process takes place during the manufacture of canola oil, as well as cooking methods such as frying, negatively affect the ALA and other polyunsaturated fats. A canola contains trans fats, which are can also contain trans fats, which according to the World Health Organization, these can be harmful in small amounts. Yep. Hey Harry, how's it going? Because of the density, like hydrogenated oils, the density oil stuff like Alvos. Yeah, and I remember there's a whole things about like your LDLs and HDLs and all that, and making sure you don't get too much of one and all that kind of stuff. It's like one of them can be beneficial to your health. I mean, basically one of them, if you get too much, is going to be potentially harmful. I'm so bad. Like, when it's a trailer that has one pivot point, pulling it in to drop stuff off is way easier than when I have two. They don't know they have massive fields of it in Norfolk, which is flat. Pollen isn't good. There we go. Just in time. That's the reason I was like, let's get the tractor going, because I'm going to have to fight with this. So while I'm fighting with this, at least the other tractor is, you know, dealing with that. High density does not harm. It is just good oil. Canola oil is basically banned in Europe. Yeah, and I always just remember it's like, okay, there's like a ratio you're supposed to keep of the two that like, when I say a ratio you're supposed to keep, it's basically do not exceed the ratio so far as the harmful for the good ones. I've been pretty bad about keeping up with a lot of that stuff because I honestly sit there and was like, which one is the bad one again? Was it the LDLs or the HDLs? And usually it'll take me, it's like, okay, okay. Europeans don't have fun? I don't understand why that would, like, fats would be one thing, one or the other. I actually have no problems with, like, half the stuff they've banned or limited over there. LDL is diesel? But no, I honestly wish we would be better over here about certain things being like, hey, you can make all these foods. And we're not talking about it's like, oh, don't eat fatty food at all. It's not allowed wherever like that. You know, certainly that shouldn't be a thing. But when it comes like to the manufacturing of products, or like, okay, you're making potato chips. Whether you use like an oil of this style or that style, you get basically the same results. But this oil is really bad for you. The other oil is the teeniest, tiniest bit more expensive. Europe hasn't banned guns. That is false information. There are a lot of places in Europe where they have more strict gun restrictions than we have. But to say they banned would be just... The UK has? Well, congratulations. The UK is an individual country. That is not Europe. Europe is many, many countries. Which is what you meant? Yeah. Generally, there's not really a place that has... I should adjust that. There isn't any, like, sizable locations where there's just a straight-up full total ban. You cannot have them at all whatsoever. There are ones that are extremely restrictive, that, like, you need a really good reason to have them. But, like, a full, absolutely not total ban is very rare. That's not what I want. What is the button I'm looking for? I want to dump all this on the ground. There we go. Because I believe I want to hit that with herbicide next. That'll count as a separate process, so then I'll be able to hit it with the other stuff. That said, I'm definitely, like, by all means, everyone can have their own, like, own voice in that. I genuinely feel we should have more restrictions. And that comes from someone who used to work at a weapon manufacturing plant where we did research and development, and I used to be a lot more on board with being extremely lax until I worked with a bunch of the people there, and I'm like, these people should be the example of who should not be allowed to own these things. Every one of them was a danger to, like, everyone around them, because they would be sitting there with literal assault rifles, because we were making stuff for the military, and just playing like with them like they're children with squirt guns. Not shooting each other, but we probably had 3 or 4 times a year that someone got hurt with a ricochet at that that job site, because people were being dumb and shooting concrete barricades and stuff like that. You're like, yeah, there should be a certain number of, I have inflicted this many ricochets to other people that they said, we can't trust you with this. You've demonstrated through repeating failures that you are just not a responsible human being to be allowed to possess such a thing. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, we're not gonna visit like the homemade guns thing, because that can get into places that can get us in trouble. And it gets a whole bunch of people all angry. I agree, Darth, but it is one of those things that, it's one of those things, though, like, I would imagine, what, 90+% of the time people go out to shoot firearms. They're not doing so with a range officer, like safety officer on purpose, like on site. They're, you know, they're going out with their buddies, going out shooting in the woods or whatever. They're going out, you know, whatever they're doing, they're target practicing. Is a computer as dangerous as a gun? No. We can make the argument that you can do stuff with a computer that can have sweeping impact that could, you know, increase past what a single firearm can do. But the number of deaths per year caused by computer versus firearms is definitely not in favor of the computers being the baddies. Unless you start getting into, like, poor corporate decisions and insurance and stuff like that, which is not really the context. But we're going to go ahead and move on away from the firearms conversation, because I definitely see that we're starting to get some to, like, the proverbial non-things that, like, arguments non-good faith kind of thing. False equivalencies, that's what I'm looking for. The whataboutism. Granted, no one has actually said what about here. Or games like World of Warcraft, where people dies by the PC. All right. Why am I failing at my buttons? Because I haven't played in a long time. Alright. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, and it is a real problem. It's been too long since I played Farm Sim, and my brain is like, nope. Like 2 seconds ago, I was doing everything fine, then just brain shut off. Okay. Alright. Oh, I was switching vehicles? Yeah, so the game does have multiple vehicles, and I can switch between them. So what I'm doing in a lot of these cases is I will start work with one vehicle, hand it over to the AI while I go work on something else. So it's mostly just kind of grabbing something, being like, okay, you go do this.
Thank you, Gil, for subscribing for 8 months.
Thank you, old Captain Gil, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and thank you so much for those 8 continued months that you have subbed to this channel. Like, 8 months overall. I don't actually know if it's like one big consecutive thing. But 8 months you subbed to the channel, it's a heckin' long time to support, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing, as well as access to the emotes. Alright. That's fine to be pro Second Amendment, but we can just go ahead and leave that alone. I actually, to be clear, and this isn't going to be about any specific policy or anything, generally speaking, when you have any type of policy, like, doesn't even matter what the policy is, and you have people in favor or against it, and either side of them says is, we will absolutely not budge on this. Like, no movement, no consideration, no negotiation, no anything. That is bad. Because when you have that, there's no room for any type of, like, figuring stuff out. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some issues that there isn't, like, that there's only like one component to the issue that people are disagreeing on, and so there isn't, you know, it's a yes or no. There isn't really a lot of wiggle room there. But generally, if you want a non-functional society, you have people who go my way or the highway. But it's just kind of one of those things. That's one of the things I find frustrating. Is like again, I'm deliberately going to be avoiding saying any problems because I don't want it to be about any like, you know, issue that people have very, very strong feelings one way or the other. But you'll have an issue that say, we have this problem. There is this problem that's sitting here. We can agree it's a problem. That we can look at statistically and say, this is a problem. And everyone agrees there is a problem here. And then they go, okay. And you'll have a group that says, well, we can't do anything about it. Or like the solution's worse than the problem itself. And therefore do nothing. And then you have another group that says like, okay, but we could try this. And it may not be something they can agree with, that they're not okay with. I have difficulty accepting that, because I fundamentally believe that you can always improve. Like, you can always improve. It's just a matter of, you know, doing a little trial error, doing a little bit of, you know, incremental change and all that sort of stuff. But I don't like the, well, we're not going to do anything because. Like, no matter what the issue is, that's just accepting the issue as face value. And I tend to go into companies I work for, and one of the first things I'll do is be like, what is the thing that no one is willing to touch that's been a problem forever? Like, that's a place I can make a huge dent in this company for the better. Like, as a new person, you can rattle that cage and make some changes happen. And it'll do a lot of good. Are you still working over there? No, you're not. What the heck is your problem, man? Your engine's running. You played Unreal Tournament for a while, but where you live, you had a ping disadvantage? Oh man, I used to play Ultima Online back in the day. That's actually what killed Ultima Online for me. Was the way like, they didn't have any meaningful way of handling like latency differences and connection differences. And it would be, I was stuck on dial-up where I was at, and I would be riding on my horse with everything like set up to go as fast as I possibly could, and there would be a person on like a good cable connection, and they would walk past me on foot. Not run past me, walk past me on foot. Because just the connection difference, it would just process it that way better. I don't know where the artificial intelligence thing even came into that. There's definitely places where with artificial intelligence there are strengths there over human beings, and with natural intelligence there are strengths that will be there with all that. All right. Oh, I mean, the player's intelligence over the AI in the game. Yeah, the AI in Farm Sim is really not smart. Like, really, really not smart. Like, they can be genuinely frustratingly bad. Yeah, so Unreal Tournament, game really shined. You had quite a good ping. It was in the early days of ISDN and soon DSL ADSL. Yeah, no, we've had plenty of times where we've had like video of the AI just really struggling to do anything meaningful. All right, so we're kind of in the waiting for all this to go. Just when I walk past the horse and pull Galp of his sight. Oh yeah, no, it was like literally is the first time I'd really observed how bad it really was, and it was like just leaving one of the cities. And again, I was on the horse like going full speed, and this person walked past me just because like my dial-up connection wasn't even that good, and I'm just like, well, I can't play. Because I enjoyed the PvP in the game, and at the time, like 99% of the player base had been on dial-up because cable was that new fandangled thing that was, you know, it was going to be available at some point. And like you only had like the one, like maybe like 100% of people who had like access to a T1 at their local business they could get away with playing the game on, or at like their local campus or whatever, that like actually had some proper broadband. So it was so infrequent, you didn't really notice the difference. But man, once cable actually started becoming available and I saw that, it was just like, I am super upset about this. Because there's no way to compete with that. Oh, you know what I can do? Oh, actually, you know what I bet? Here. So what I need to do is I need to go get some solid fertilizer. We're a little strapped on money. Well, actually, here's the first question. Do you have lime in you right now, or do you have fertilizer? You probably have lime. Yeah, you have lime in you. Okay, so I need to go get fertilizer. That's the end of the story. I need to get fertilizer, so while that does its best to do this field, we can go get the fertilizer and bring it back. Strider needs bed? Alright, Strider. You sleep well and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, I remember loving Ultima Online, but yeah, there was definitely, it was one of those games that, you have to do stuff to manage, like, different connection speeds, latencies, all that kind of stuff. But you want to spin? I have to say, FG has so many good emotes. I need to commission another round of emotes. But like, I'm trying to think of what I want. I am thinking I do want to have a nodding emote and a shaking head no emote, because they're so useful for a lot of places. And then just with like the, Rimworld hot potato and all that, for those who haven't been participating in the hot potato, when we're talking about Doctors Without Borders and all that, be like Doctors Nodders, Borders Nopers, that whole thing. You remember WoW because you had servers located in Australia and a friend who refused to change to ADSL and say dial-up. He couldn't get on the boat from one continent to the other because his speed was so slow. The boat would return to the original port before his game would load up the trip. That's rough. It looks like I actually had a little bit of... I don't know if that's lime or fertilizer on there. Oh, not just full only. Yeah, and that was, yeah, Ultima Online was the only one I ran into. Like, I played Counter-Strike at the time as well. And that was another one that it was one of those things that, like... Oh, that's lime. Okay, we'll bring this back for now, because we had it up here. But I need to go and buy some fertilizer.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Kovac FC.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 3 months. 3 heckin' months of Tier 1 subs to Kovac FC. So, not only did you get a month of viewing, and without ads, and emotes, you got 3 of them. So thank you so much, Randall Thor, for that incredibly generous, gifting of subs. I really do appreciate that. Doctors who feel the need to mention they're traveling beyond some imposed war. I mean, a lot of those doctors, like, for those who don't know Doctors Without Borders, they're an incredibly meaningful charity. Because they'll go into a lot of situations, other like very unsafe situations to care for pretty much anyone who needs help there. That they don't go, oh, you're with my team, you're with their team, you get help and they don't get help. Like, they're like, nope, does that person need help? They're getting help. Like, they don't attach themselves to a government, they don't attach themselves to anything else. They're just like, there are people who are hurt, we're gonna patch them up. There are people who need our care, they're gonna get it. It is a wonderful cause. Let's see, you started playing WoW before Australian servers were a thing, and you preferred it because you're farming 4 a.m. US time? Oh yeah, that was, I do somewhat miss doing World of Warcraft super late at night. Back when I could have, like, all that. And no problem, Strider, just, you know, obviously you gotta be careful. I understand, we all, like, everyone has their things they believe in or don't believe in, and there are things that we get very passionate about. But it is being mindful to, you know, basically just be mindful of what you're saying and all that. And it was before bots were a thing. Oh yeah, no, I used to really appreciate going on there and doing a bunch of that stuff, because like you would hop on in the middle of the night, the server would be basically dead. You'd have a couple people who were like late night security guards who had nothing better to do. Because I can tell you from working the super duper late shift when I was working the tourism side of things, which I wasn't a security guard, I worked. The official title, and this is like a high school job, the official title was General Labor. Why am I getting these weird stripes everywhere? But, you'd be late in the evening, and so one of the jobs I would get stuck with, because just the way the job worked is there's a whole bid system and yada yada, is I would get stuck on the very rare occasion being the person to like go and empty the trash cans and dumpsters and all that kind of stuff. That way they're all ready for the next day, because it was, you know, tourism. You didn't want to have to go to like the big giant dumpsters and drag them past all the people who were there and whatnot. And so what ended up happening with all that is you'd see this poor security guards that got stuck with the evening shift, and very genuinely, they were all bored out of their minds. Because they basically were supposed to go around the place, you know, check a couple things, and then sign off, like, they had, like, sign-offs at each location to verify they actually went to those locations. But otherwise, they were stuck sitting around. So it's one of those jobs that, on a normal night, literally you should have nothing to do. You just walk around, you sign some things, and that's pretty much it. If something does go wrong, you have a lot to do. So you being there is very important. But it is one of those jobs that's 99% of the time bored out of your minds, with 1% of, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, you know, trying to deal with all the problems. And it is just, I greatly sympathize for a lot of them. And as also on top of that, you'd have, like, it's still a thing these days, you'd have people who would get all upset. They're like, what do you mean the security guard was, you know, watching something on their phone or playing a Game Boy or whatever? Because again, we're talking, this is going back to the early 2000s. You know, you like, smartphones were just beginning to grace the scene. And with all that, you'd have people that sit there and be like, what do you mean the security guy was sitting there watching a TV show? It's like, I mean, what the heck were they supposed to do? The poor guy was sitting in a little box with windows with nothing to watch for 4 hours. Of course he found something else to do. Are you kidding? I couldn't imagine how boring that would be. There was some botting and you see sport nowadays. Yeah, we had one person who joined our guild in World of Warcraft that you know, you still had people who'd farm gold in World of Warcraft back then, but it was actual people who would do it for the most part. The bots at that point were very early stage and just tended to, like, it was super easy to get the bots killed because you'd see them follow this pattern and you just go, here, let me drag this dangerous enemy in on top of them. And because they weren't set up to handle it, they wouldn't react accordingly and they'd just get killed. And then the bots trying to avoid detection once people started to wise up to it, if you were hovering around them too long, would log off. You know, probably log in on, like, another account in a different location or whatever. But they would just log off so that, you know, to go that much longer being undetected. But yeah, no, we had this one guy, didn't speak but like 5 words of English. And it was in Eastern Plaguelands, I believe it was. There was that area like way back there. I can't remember what we were farming, but there's a group of us trying to farm way over there. And there were, like, at the time, there was like lots of people grinding gold. I can't remember what it was you were after over there, but there was something worth some money to sell over there. So you had these groups that do that. And this whole, like, big PvP thing kept kicking off because our server had a pretty good balance between the factions. And they kept picking on, like, one of our newer players, and we were doing everything we could to try and, like, run interference, but it was just easy for them to, you know, stay dead, wait until that one player was up, and then kill that player. We'd kill them. And it just kind of repeated. But then this one random, like, gold farmer jumped in and started getting involved in the PvP and all that with us. And it ended up being a lot of fun. And we invited him to the guild, and, like, he actually helped us out with stuff. We brought him on raids and everything to help him get geared up so he could farm gold faster. It was a very funny thing, like, at the time. So I needed solid fertilizer. And normally I'd like to... Yeah, we can get the full 8. Because we gotta be careful on how much I spend. Because I don't get money back for a little while yet. But yeah, now I remember those. It's funny, like, when WoW Classic was coming out, I had a whole bunch of people like, oh man, you remember playing so much WoW? You gonna be back on it? And I was like, no. It's like, I remember how long it took to do everything in that. I remember having very fond memories of it, but no, I don't want to put that time in again. Like, just, the answer is not interested. Just, there's not a way to put it other way. It's just like, look, man, I remember that crap absorbing my life to be able to hit, like, level 60 in any reasonable, timely manner. There's a reason why all the new expansions, they've had to shortcut that process. Most of us can't put in, like, 60, 80 hours a week to just grind our favorite MMO to, you know, keep up with what's going on. Some can, and more power to them. But I don't got that time no more. Like, it could be a thing that if there was an MMO that I got super into and mained on the channel, then sure. But nowadays when I go to mess with an MMO, very genuinely the way my brain works, like, ooh, yay, I finally found an MMO to play. That'll be a lot of fun. And then I get into it just a little bit, and, you know, you get your first, like, daily quests and weekly quests, you're like, nah, man, I know the time sink this is, I'm out. You sold your collector's edition of WoW, so you can never play it again. You played that game a bit too much. Yeah, that's what I did for EVE Online. I didn't sell the collector's edition, but so, like, at one point, you know, broke college student just trying to pay the bills, I sold my main account on EVE. The person who got the account got it banned. So I turned around and played ignorant. I was like, hey man, I haven't been playing EVE Online in a long time. It looks like you don't have access to my account anymore. What happened? Oh no, it looks like I got hacked. And they gave me my account back. And, you know, still struggling to pay my bills because college was literally going up by multiples while I was in cost. So I sold it again. Didn't try to get it back a third time, but I sold it again. Eventually, I did actually go back and play more EVE Online, because I actually just set up a new account. Because I literally sold the thing for like a couple $1,000. Because it was one of the accounts that was there from the very beginning in beta. I literally had, if you were going to be flying a battleship, it was maxed out in like 2 different weapon types for that combat, and it could do carriers and all sorts of stuff. But I ended up coming back eventually. Like, I had a whole bunch of friends who kind of stopped playing, and they were not interested in playing, and they gave me their accounts and all that kind of stuff. And so I played a whole bunch. But what I did to kind of get myself to quit for good, because, like, you know, this game has put too much time into it. I keep coming back on nostalgia, not what the game is now, but on what I remember the game being kind of thing. Which the game's fine what it is now, but it's just, it's not what I want it to be anymore. So what I did is I took my carrier, I took it into a wormhole space, and at the time, there's a friendly player-owned station, and I parked it inside the friendly player-owned station's area, and logged off knowing at minimum I wasn't coming back for a very long time. You know, if ever. Which means, if I did ever go back, the first thing I would be greeted with is either A, watching my carrier get destroyed by the player-owned station, because there's no way I wouldn't be, you know, removed from the guild or whatever, and all that. Or B, the player-owned station would have been packed up and long gone, and I'd have a carrier trapped in wormhole space that I had no means of realistically getting it out of there. So, the very first introduction to coming back would be to lose an incredibly valuable ship. So that way I'd get the immediate punch in the gut of losing a lot of effort all at once. And I haven't gone back since. And, like, granted, it probably wouldn't be that hard for me, especially since normally the prices on such, like, I shouldn't say the prices, the ability to get those more expensive ships tend to just get easier and easier as time went on. So realistically, probably wouldn't even be that bad of a setback. But it's the fact that just, you'd come back and the setback would be the very first thing you get. Okay. You remember being a clan of RuneScape? You had to grind a weekly quota in the clan hall thingy. I hated it with a passion because I wanted to be exploring doing quests. Oh yeah, no, that's every game has always had those problems. That you'll have your guilds, and then you'll have like your kind of self-proclaimed super elite, whatever you want to call them, guilds. They're like, no, here's the deal. Here's your raid schedule. If you miss attendance twice, you're out of the guild. Oh, you have your quota that you need to choose one of these 3 trade skills, and then depending on the trade skill, you've got your quota. And absolutely not. Absolutely zero. Nope. I'm sorry. I may be down to binge a lot of time in video games, but when you hit those level of obligations, I'm like, I'm sorry, but the answer's no. Like, it's one thing if I was being paid and like I'm on some like professional team or whatever. It's like, okay, I get it. This is a job. But it wasn't. Alright, Randall Thor, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you again for those gifty subs and all that. Really do appreciate it. But yeah, I used to love like EVE Online. To me, peak EVE Online, like when it was absolutely at its very best, was just before they introduced carriers. To me, once they introduced the capital ships, it ended up becoming like more and more of a chore to play the game and less of fun. Like, because a lot of the things I enjoyed doing was like sneaking into like the back end of 0-0 space and being behind enemy lines and like getting some of the rarest materials that you effectively had what was effectively like a cartel on, because you had to go and manage to get past these people's space and actually succeed in hunting behind their lines and all that. I used to love doing that. I very much enjoyed the style of combat that was where you get a couple of battleships or a bunch of cruisers that would end up getting into a fight here and there. That was a lot of fun. You know, with the mixing of frigates and all that. But over time, they nerfed a lot of the battleship stuff, so battleships just became mostly a liability in a major fight, because the smaller ships were fast enough that they could just make the battleship weapons effectively useless outside some exceptions. And all that kind of nonsense. And then with the carrier fight, like the capital ships being introduced and player-owned stations, it changed the dynamic of fights that you'd have the fun ghost fleet kind of things where you get like a handful of like smaller ships and you'd go race behind enemy lines and cause some trouble and get back out real fast. And there was a lot of fun to be had there. Or you get into the fleet ops. And the unfortunate reality is most of the major fleet ops where you'd get two giant factions and they'd kind of both be on either side of this like almost effectively line in the sand, where neither of them was willing to be the initiator because of the severe disadvantage that often gave them. And so you kind of have two different factions that have their armies staged, you know, on one side of a gate or another or whatever, and they would just sit there for hours. And then one of them would pack up and go home, and then the other one would too. And that got tiresome. That was a problem in the old EVE as well. You'd have, like, you know, if you had to, because back then you could only use the gates to go from place to place. So you'd have, you know, 200 pilots sitting on one side, and the reality was if you tried to jump into the 200 pilots, thank you so much for the follow, welcome to stream. If you tried to jump into them, with the game latency what it is, you would be killed before you loaded in a lot of cases. And they had like a whole thing where you'd be invisible for a while and yada yada yada. But if you jumped in 200 pilots and 200 pilots, you had to accept about half of them would probably end up getting disconnected because their individual personal internet couldn't handle it. And all that kind of stuff. So whoever jumped in put themselves at a severe disadvantage in the fight. And so unless you just had like overwhelming numbers and you were willing to accept pretty heavy losses, both sides would just kind of stand on the opposite side of a gate. And you couldn't leave, because if you were like the attacker and you left, then the defender would go back to like building up their supplies and all that. And if you're the defender and they left, then they would actually attack. So it's just, again, you'd hit that same stalemate probably once a week where they'd, you know, go to stage a major op. You'd catch wind of it because every plan got leaked. That was one of the things in EVE, is there were so many spies. So many spies. But yeah, that was the whole thing. That's also one of the things that makes the big allure for EVE, and why it's still, even nowadays, where it's a ghost of the game it once was, so far as like it kind of expanded to a point, like it's an example of where like you have power creep ruining a game, that once they kind of opened up a lot of that functionality and they gave it to people, you couldn't put the genie back in the bottle. Once carriers and all that were introduced, once player stations became a thing, they're just there. There's no going back to the before times. And And they have added a lot of functionality to like try and make it a better game, and in a lot of ways they have. But it's just, you know, going back to those early days, they can't. And that's a problem a lot of MMOs deal with. That's actually, to me, one of the big testaments for World of Warcraft is the fact that it manages to keep itself relevant even to this day. And granted, it's nowhere near as good as it was before so far as the player base and all that. But, like, not many MMOs were good at, like, giving you something to keep chasing for year after year. And granted, you know, World of Warcraft's formula was release expansion, effectively use the expansion as one giant reset button on your progress. You know, make all the numbers on your items like a factor of 10 bigger the next one, so that all your old items become meaningless outside of like early leveling stuff. And that's a bummer because they effectively steal your progress from you. But it at least gave you something new to follow and chase. Where so many other MMOs, you would kind of get the best in there, and they might release a new DLC or whatever, but it would add like one new dungeon that you get like one higher level equipment or whatever, one tier higher. Not many have managed to duplicate what World of Warcraft has done, you know, successfully, where it doesn't automatically feel bad to you, which I think part of that is World of Warcraft actually does good storytelling. You can also choose to completely ignore the story too. There's definitely both are able to function. You still remember the Star Wars Galaxies tried to jump on the WoW train? In what context? Just having expansions that would reset you, or... I mean, Star Wars Galaxy was an MMO to begin with. That was one I didn't actually get to play. Like, I was already obsessed with other MMOs. I didn't have time for another one. Dude, from what I've heard secondhand, a lot of people's complaints were like, it used to be becoming something like a Jedi in the game was like a super big deal. And then they kind of relaxed the requirements to doing so to the point that almost everyone could be one. And, like, my understanding was it kind of trivialized a lot of stuff where it kind of ruined the variation and nuance of the game. That's my uninformed, hasn't played it impression of what I had heard. I don't know how, like, if there's any at all truth in any of it. I did like the Knights of the Republic MMO. That's one like, I wish it wasn't an MMO. Like, it is an excellent game. I wish there was just a single player version that I could plunk down $60 or $50 or whatever and just have it, and all the MMO stuff was gone. Because, like, that to me was a really good game. And the only, like, big negatives I had were dealing with multiplayer stuff. Like, the dungeons were fun with multiplayer. The raids didn't work right half the time. And then the whole, make me this material. Okay, come back in 3 hours. Like, I understand. But the old time of the game, you could remember the long trek across the Dune Sea before speeders made it easy? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, the reality is the Star Wars The Old Republic isn't an MMO, it's a single-player RPG with multiplayer environment. It feels that way. Like, it feels like it was a single-player game that somewhere along the line they decided to make it an MMO. And I mean that honestly in kind of a good way, because, like, there has just not been very many MMOs that the story actually makes you, like, jump on. You're like, oh man, this is a good story. I'm making meaningful interactions between my characters. Like, there's just not many that give you that. Like, there's some, but, like, half the time, as much as the story for World of Warcraft can be fun, like, you'll have a dialogue. You don't usually even get options of what to say, or if you do, They usually don't have that meaningful of repercussions. And that's the one thing I felt that, like, Star Wars The Old Republic did, is they had these areas that were, like, story zones. So what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be playing with your buddy, you'd be out there, like, doing a bunch of the quests, and then you get to this door, and it goes, okay, this door, behind this door is a story zone. Your friend's not allowed to come with you. This is a you-only space. And then you get a bunch of your story where it's like, oh no, you got betrayed by that person that you trusted. Oh, curses. How are you going to conclude this? Are you going to end them and they're just gone forever? Or you can forgive them and like some other arc goes. And it was one of those things that once you made the decision, it would stick. Let's see, that was what was an achievement, is the individual player that the player could say they did to others who ran into. Yeah, no, there's been that kind of stuff. Like in Elite Dangerous, one of the rites to passage, if you will, of just ridiculous stuff you can do that you have no reason to really need to do, but like it is one of those things that later on you can be like, hey, you know, I did that thing. Which is the run to Hudson Orbital is one of the big ones, because just the way they positioned it in the solar system on that one was so obnoxiously far away, it took forever to do a run to Hudson Orbital. And there was an entire faction, like player-run faction, that based around Hudson Orbital, and it was like a whole big thing. Which I can only imagine with them, because of what's called the background simulation in Elite Dangerous. And all you need to know about that is it's the thing that decides who owns what. Like, is the system at war? Is it like in, you know, an economic bust? Is it in an economic boom? Like, it decides all that stuff. And the way you deal with that is like all your interactions. Like, if you're doing trade, it generally makes the economy happier. If you're smuggling, it can cause more crime while also benefiting the economy. You can do these other things that hurt your security rating. So, like, there's different levers you can kind of pull to do stuff in the system. And so the people who were running that Hudson Orbital thing, they would have to do stuff like when someone was smuggling in the system to try and bring down their rating, they'd have to hunt pirates, NPC pirates, and then they would have to also do positive economic trade, which meant a lot of times doing that ridiculously long flight. And to make matters worse, is they would have to do it at a significantly higher amount than whoever's trying to operate against them. And they would still succeed by pretty much stubborn will. So it's just jumping in there in several hours of flight again and again, back and forth. I used to help run one of the major factions' background simulation, like their planning and all that, to a great deal of success. But, we didn't have those kind of problems. We were in a very popular part of space, so we had lots of people we were dealing with. We always had someone trying to mess with our systems. So on top of that, and on top of the trek, you had a bounty hunter players who would ambush you, especially when you were a smuggler. Yeah, no, I honestly don't have context. But yeah, no, it does sound like it's one of those things, like, for a World of Warcraft equivalent, it's like doing the little mechanical bird escort quest in, it wasn't Silithus, it was, what was the place to the east of the Unguru crater? The desert. I'm blanking on its name because I haven't played WoW in a very long time. But it was escorting that stupid bird, because it was one of those zones you had lots of people there who would pick fights. Tannerus. I think that's right. But yeah, you'd be trying to escort that bird, and you almost always got into a PvP fight while it's happening. And the problem was, you also had, like, the enemies showing up to kill the bird. That's the quest itself. And so you'd have to do this weird juggle where you're trying to protect the stupid bird that's being attacked by the normal, like, in-game monsters. At the same time, you've got these people who are, like, they're staying out in the fringes waiting for that to kick off to try and attack you. So now you have to try and protect the bird and to protect yourselves because people know it's a huge pain in the butt. So they're just trying to mess with you. And so it was definitely one of those rites of passage to actually succeed at that stupid quest. Because you knew you're going to be dealing with mayhem around that thing. Okay, that must be herbicide. We probably have enough fertilizer in this to wrap it up. I hope so, because if we don't, there's a good chance I'm going to have to sell something a little early to get our full payout. I'll try not to. We'll wait till our money starts hitting the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, so we've already done the herbicide in all the fields. Now we just do a second round of fertilizer, and with that, we'll have all of our wheat done. That's when we go through the end of the year, I believe. Yeah, because we don't plant the sorghum till April. So it'd wrap up the rest of this in-game year, which means we get paid. And then we get the sorghum planted and all of that stuff. I also remember one of the things that people would do is Devil Star training, which is taking one of the Younger Creator really dangerous enemies and dragging it all over the map to places it has no business being. Before we do that, let's check. Okay. I was just making sure it's actually showing roughly 50% fertilizer. Because each application gives you about 50%. Alright. Yeah, so once we get the payout from this, we can start having the canola, start making canola oil. And what we'll probably do with that is use that money to branch out from what we've already got. Get something for cutting down like the sunflowers and corn and all that, because then I can get the header for that stuff. That's it. Sheep going. I wonder how many more farm sim games before we can spray from a plane. It is surprising that they don't have something like that. Or for that matter, there are crops that what they'll do is they will they'll build a whole rigging over the top of the field to begin with. And that the idea behind all that rigging is that it can water and spray fertilizer and all that without having to, without having to, like, manually do it after time to time. So you could have a field like this. You'd have that whole rigging you'd set up that would water and, fertilize and herbicide. Like, whatever you had to deploy, you just put it in the system and had its sprayers. And it was just a matter of, like, planting the crop in the first place. And that's especially good for those kind of crops that you put them in the ground, you grow them, and you can just keep harvesting them. And that they'll usually let you harvest them for a good couple years before it's time to just get rid of the plant and replace it. None of the maps have fields large enough to make airborne fertilizing useful. This is probably also true. Alright. Yeah, but it would be fun. Exactly. Okay, with this field will be done. That's what I was remembering. I had planned the last time we had played this to grab, and I didn't grab it. There is, I forget the name of it. There's a couple things you can do with like the AI in the game, like get a better AI, and it's course play. I had debated grabbing course play for the primary, almost individual exclusive reason of the AI just cannot run the sprayers. They're for whatever reason, they're just ridiculously bad at the sprayers, worse than anything else. And what courseplay would let me do is I could say start recording my path, and then go through and do a path where I spray like the whole field and all that, and then I tell the AI, hey, that thing I just did, I need you to do that. So that you can just kind of, put the sprayer there and say, AI, go do it. Kind of like the idea is you're supposed to do when you like put the seeder on the edge of the field and you say, okay, AI, take over, and the AI mostly gets it done. So that they don't miss all those spots. So your neighbors had a 30 kilogram payload drone. Local airfield has a 4,000 kilogram AT-805. So you don't think there's a threshold? Well, okay, so you're saying basically you could have like a little drone sprayer or whatever. Yeah. I mean, it would be interesting to add more options to the game. Like that's to me one of the things that kind of works out nice for games like Farm Sim and all that. Every update they can add more plants to do. They can add more layers and mechanics. Like we talked about, it'd be fun, to me at least, it would be fun if they added some type of like reactionary thing you need to do in the game. So like I was talking about like pests or whatever. So you get pests in one of your fields, and you'd have the option to like go through and like spray it with insecticide. You could also get like boxes of wasps or like some natural predator like wasps or ladybugs or whatever, to deal with it. And I could see it being pretty interesting to like have some variety there. Or you could have like, instead it could be like a blight, so you need a fungal side. Now, the catch is, like, all of those would arguably just be nothing but lowering your harvest, so it'd be another expense and effort. But I feel like it could be one of those things easily balanced. I go, okay, if you turn on this extra setting, we'll give you 10% more on all of your sales. And then the idea being, like, if you fail to take care of these, they would knock down the amount of money you could make from your crops by, like, 30, 40, 50%. So the idea is you have a higher potential benefit. Yeah, fire would be an extreme one, but I could see going for that. That it's a thing, because you can get yourself into a situation where you're just kind of going through the motions, which is a good thing for a game like this. In all honesty, there's, like, for example, American Truck Simulator. Like, very genuine, the American Truck Simulator. When you've done one delivery, you've done them all. Like, don't get me wrong, the routes change, the environments change, the aesthetics change, and there's, like, lots of value there. But gameplay-wise, you just drive. That's what the game is. And that's not me saying in a negative way. I think there's a lot of value in games like that. They're like, hey, you know what? This is a game. It's not a complicated game. You hop in, you have a nice relaxing thing where you just kind of go through the motions, you make some progress, you kind of like get to say, hey, I got that knocked out, cool beans. And all of that stuff. So that can be really good stuff. All right. I did see that Farm Sim did, for those who didn't notice, it's not an update, because it's not Farming Sim itself, but they are effectively the publisher for a DLC that is made by a third party that is a collection of mods. That said, I have not honestly heard very good things about that DLC. I haven't gotten it myself, but it's this whole thing that's supposed to add like more production line stuff, like distribution centers and all that. And I haven't heard very many people speak positively about it. Yeah, the Productions DLC, it's okay, but it's not great. Gotcha. I haven't personally spoken with someone who I've known who's actually played with it. It's mostly been other creators who I've seen their content. They're like, yeah, here's what this is. You know, here's my thoughts. Here, let me, like, there was the one, because I was on the fence, because it is third party, so I didn't get offered a key for it or whatever. And it was just one of those things that, like, everything they're going through, it's like, okay, this doesn't add anything I don't already get through mods, really. You know, at the time I'm doing this, and this don't even actually work. It's like, you know, here's this distribution center, you put these things here, and you know, you go and you put it on the shelf, it goes, by the way, taking all of this extra time and effort you put into it. And it's just like one of those things where they go, yeah, but like even with all that, you don't even make like 5-10% more money, and it takes you way longer than dealing with anything. So it's like, you can do it if you're really bent on, you know, Bentai goes, but really, realistically, outside the initial time, you know, novelty of it, you're probably just going to go to the sale spot and just drop it in there and take the slightly lesser rate, making that into a glorified sell point. They had a whole bunch of sell points, like farmers markets and all that, and they're like, yeah, they're sell points. They look pretty, but like they don't do anything differently. So for me, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna buy that, which I didn't. Pumps and Hoses, another DLC released by Giants, was made by mod makers. That explains why it's not included in everything, because one of the questions I'd get, it's like, okay, what version of the game do I get, you know, buy to get everything? And you have to be like, all right, hang on. There actually isn't one, because there's this Pumps and Hoses thing that just isn't a part of any of them. But it's also one of those ones I've never heard a person who's like, oh man, don't forget to get Pumps and Hoses. I still to this day don't really know. I'm assuming the Pumps and Hoses, like, it's just, you know, convenience for a lot of the systems, like spraying stuff or whatever. You know, getting gas from places, getting water to different places, that kind of thing. But the refueling trailers should have been in the base game, in my opinion. It's just so normal. Yeah. I do feel, well, that's the thing. There's lots of stuff you're like, but really, this should actually be part of the game that aren't. I do feel there is a lot of that. That said, they have done pretty good over time about, you know, okay, here we're adding this new crop, and then to support that new crop, we're adding stuff that, you know, arguably should have been in the base game, but that they've got a lot of ways to go. To be fair, agriculture is a pretty big industry. News at 11. Agriculture might be one of the largest, you know, industries in the world, period. I actually can't think of many. Off the top of my head, I can't actually think of a larger industry than agriculture so far as just the breadth of what it covers and the number of people involved and, like, all that. I'm sure revenue-wise, it's probably not the biggest, but that's a whole separate thing. Let's see. Kravik says, we did the math, and the potato washer worked out to washing 1 million potatoes gives you 800,000 washed potatoes. And you make roughly $6,000 more selling washed potatoes than selling 1 million potatoes that are unwashed. That's not... In a run like this, where every dollar counts, I wouldn't bother. Because one would even assume, at the cost of the machine to do that, how many hundreds of times you'd need to do it before the machine pays itself off, or how many thousands... You get the idea. It would take a lot. At the end, it's a lot of work. You're playing at speed 1 while harvesting, and up to speed 3 at its highest. It took me an entire day in-game to wash all of those spuds. And you can only load 4,000 at a time, and you have to move the pallets. You have to split up the next pallet. Yeah, no. Like, and that's, I've made the comment that my idea of, like, going, hey, well, if we added stuff like pests or, you know, other things you need to react to, you know, some people won't like it because that's, like, like, one more thing you need to do for handling your existing fields. And I was like, that alone is probably enough to get people to not do it. Sorry. Like, genuinely speaking, I would say that the most of people I've seen who play this game, they turn off the field stones. Even though it's a completely realistic thing is to have to deal with field stones. I don't know hardly anyone who doesn't turn them off. Or if they don't turn them off, it's, you know, a player who uses the rollers and they just use the rollers to mitigate the worst of it and ignore the rest of it. And so it's one of those systems you have to always consider. It's like, okay, you're adding this thing, but like, either it has to have enough benefit to justify you doing the extra step, or the extra step has to be fun and interesting within itself, which I think honestly the biggest problem that the field stones have is there's just no reasonable sized stone pickers in the base game. There's some mods that add some better ones. But, like, the stone pickers in this game, I think, like, the largest one is 6 meters or something like that. Versus the width of what we're dealing with right now is 36 meters. So 1/6 this size. You get the idea. So it's one of those things that, like, there isn't much room for an upgrade route there. It's slow. You don't directly benefit from it. Like, it's nothing but a hindrance. So I could see it being one of those things that's saying, hey, if you turn on the stones, the field stones, it's like, if I turn on the field stones, I get an extra 20% yield or 15% yield. That then if I fail to pick up the field stones, then, you know, I lose that and a tiny bit extra yield. So it's like, okay, I have effectively turned on a reward mechanism for this. All right. So this takes care of prepping all of our stuff for the wheat. I don't need to do the sorghum until April, and the canola is already planted. So that's nothing you got to worry about right now. Now, I should go back and service the mower, service the sprayer, and all that. But we really are in a dicey place so far as our money, and we're getting really close to selling time. So what I'm going to do is try to ignore that, and hopefully I won't need to sell anything early. If I have to, I have to. But, if we do have to sell early, that is always a painful thing. I usually will just grab whatever my cheapest thing is from the greenhouse and sell it. Let's see. Can you still freeze freeform fields like 2019? We're stuck with only these little plots. None of these fields existed when I started the map. These are fields I made. And we do have ones that, if I look at my mini-map, like, I do have most of them are rectangles, and then you see I've got this one up here I made a funky shape just because all of my other ones are rectangles and I wanted to do something else. So I can't speak for 2019 because this is my first version of Farm Sim I've played. You know, I've played a bunch of it, but it is my first one. Alright. So let's get this position back over by the grain mill over there. That way we can handle that. How are the greenhouses doing? I haven't checked on those in a while. The water's doing fine in the greenhouse. You're still processing your sorghum. The bread is still breading. Cool. Okay, so we can go ahead and get this in position to pick up the flour in the morning and the next in-game day. And I do have a mod that I do not remember the control key to bring it up. But all it does is, when you're playing Farm Sim, one of the things to note, and this is something that took me a while to catch, these are just estimates of what the prices could be. And so if I show, like, price fluctuations, it'll show these. These are not the actual prices you'll get. The prices will be somewhere in that general vicinity, but you won't know the actual ones to go. And it can be one of those things that if you sit there and you can watch it, and eventually you'll see, like, okay, here's how it's actually doing. No, I didn't check. Turn off the engine. Are you getting full, though? No. You still actually don't have a full box in there. Okay, so we're good. Alright. But what the mod does is I can say, okay, when your price is over this amount, tell me. That way I know, like, when the price is hit, like, what I'm looking for as a price. So that, you know, sometimes it'll hit early, sometimes it won't. There's a certain amount of flexibility. Okay, so we're losing about $600 per day. And there's not a whole lot to deal with the rest of these. Yeah, we don't have anything to worry about harvesting right now. Yeah, so we got our canola and all that planted. Yeah, so we're looking at, for the sale time, it's somewhere around December is when we don't care about wheat. What we care about is lettuce and tomatoes and all that. So it looks like January is their sell time. And then we care about bread. Because wheat is the thing I'm farming, but I'm processing into that. Okay. There we go. There's the thing. So yeah, so this is the thing I was just talking about. So if we look at, for example, bread here, basically I've got it set so, hey, once bread is worth $1,800, let me know so that I can go deal. And I've got it set for all the crops I've got here. And so it's not even worried about trying to go, like, what is the absolute maximum penny, like, dollar for dollar price I can get on this. Let me check what I need to deal with the sorghum. April. Okay. Don't do that. That would have been a mistake. I need to keep emptying this out. Because if it fills up, the whole thing will, it'll just back up and it'll stop producing entirely. That buzz would be so rough. Oh, yeah. All right. And that should pull it around here in just a second. There we go. I'm pretty disappointed with the warehouse here. Like I said, I love the idea of the warehouse where I can stash all the stuff for later. It's just this drop-off point being so hard to work with. It's just a real big bummer. Are you supposed to back in? No, so if you actually look at this, this is a solid wall here. Yeah, you can see like I run into it, it's a solid wall here. So you can only back in like the last 3 or 4 rows of this. And that's kind of my bummer with it, is like the drop-off spot is so small and kind of inside of the building that it just makes it hard to use. If it was the fact that, like, you could just back up into the building entirely, I think that would be fine. If I could drive into the building, that would be fine. If they moved it outside of the building, that would be fine. But, like, this weird, you have to, like, shimmy into the building and back out. It is not my favorite. Like, imagine if we were using a forklift, this might actually be nowhere near as bad. But hear me out. I don't like when Farm Sim becomes Forklift Simulator. Okay. You'll admit some sheds in the production DLC are nice. Better drop-off area, but the shed is more expensive, larger, run a lot of capacity. Yeah. You're better off pub alongside using the auto unload. When I tried to use the auto unload here, it would just sit there and be like, you can't auto unload here. It just basically treats as like an object obstructing where you're trying to auto unload. Because I tried to do that too, and it's like, oh my god, please. But there is a limit of how many pallets you can do. Oh, come on, you're right there. There we go. Yeah, so that's those things that just like, I wish it worked differently. Like, I still think it's an improvement on not having it. Like, I don't regret buying it. But it's just, it's one of those things I look at this and go, I can see why people would mod to get a different option than what it's got offered. Okay, so there's no more flour right now, so we can drop this off. But it is those things that I wonder if when we get to the point of buying a semi, if that actually will improve it or not. I don't think it will. Not unless like the entire trailer on the semi kind of counts as like this void that has stuff in it. That would work fine, because then in theory, if I pulled any of the trailer in there, it'd absorb it out of the trailer. Because there is stuff that works that way. Like when you look at the crops in the back of a vehicle, it treats the entire back of that vehicle as like one entity that has crops in it. So it's way easier to manage a lot of that stuff. Okay, so with that, we have emptied that, so we move on to the next month. Getting pretty close to payday. I like payday. It's when I get paid. Yeah, that's one of the nice things about farm civic have such a large.
Your greed will be your downfall.
Nah, my greed is gonna be my economics. That's one of the things I really do like about farm sim with how much modding it has going on. You can get all sorts of stuff. Like I've if I were to ever start a brand new Survivorman challenge kind of thing, it would be, oh no, you're good. If you were to do like another Survivorman challenge like from start here, what I think I'd probably do, you know what oh actually, I shouldn't be checking because I have no money, so I'll just feel guilty about the things I can't buy. If I were to do another Survivorman challenge from like scratch or whatever, what I think I'd probably do is, even though it kind of messes up the actual challenge part, there are mods that give you much lower tech equipment. So you can get like a hand plow or whatever. Oh, come on. There we go. So we can, you can get like a hand plow, so you just like push it and you do, 0.02 meters or like 0.2 meters per pass. And those ones can kind of be fun for having far more incremental improvements in your run. Versus like, okay, I want to get the bigger plow. Well, what do I need to do? I need to raise $100,000. So you can kind of get some like more nuanced progression. It's also possible that the right answer for this is to just get a smaller trailer. Like, use this as the big trailer for hauling stuff back to the sell point. Oh, I could have taken those two, it's fine. Okay. Because if this trailer was a little shorter, it wouldn't be as big a deal, because it'd be easier to not catch it on things. Because again, those last couple boxes at the far back is the reason I have to go through this whole process. Wait, didn't... Oh, you know what I remember? I remember we came to the realization that if I just drove right along the edge of that, I could sneak where I'd do, like, the left side of the trailer versus the right side of the trailer, so you could actually get them all in a pass back and forth. Okay, so we're gonna get 3 more boxes out, and then we'll be done for this in-game day. And unfortunately, cannot let it sit for a full day. Yeah, because I remember I was doing what I'm doing now to begin with. And then it was one of these things, I just gotta get right along the edge here. It's a little narrow because if you go too close, you catch the trailer on the garage or on the warehouse itself, and that does you no good. Meanwhile, let's take a quick look at... Okay, so we're starting to get the tomatoes backed up, so let's go ahead and do a round at the greenhouses. We're almost at payday. If you don't mind starting on this map with maybe 50,000, though, it's extremely limiting, but you have some wiggle room. Yeah, I didn't mind it, because, like, by the time you cut down one of these sets of trees... You've got yourself. I do think with these kinds of runs, you give yourself some type of thing to carry. Like we gave ourselves that truck, and then the rule I wasn't allowed to sell it, so I couldn't just be like truck. Oh look, $14,000, yay. But like give yourself either like the tiny little 100 horsepower tractor. No, it's like 13 or whatever horsepower tractor, the little tiny tractor, and like the tiniest trailer. I think that's totally reasonable. Just because the running back and forth would be super obnoxious. Alright, come on, spit out the next batch. I'll get 1 more box of strawberries. Which should be just about perfect. That should be the bottom layer, and then the other one, assuming it's about the same, I should get the top layer. Okay. Yeah, so the priorities we have so far is purchasing stuff. The first one is we're going to buy the oil mill. Because that's what we're doing with the canolas. We're going to start going into oil. And then we'll do what we need to do to supplement that. So I'll get the header for our harvester to be able to do sunflowers and all that pretty soon in the future. That'll also mean going for the really big planter. Because I'm going to end up needing that for a lot of stuff as well. I hate it when it does that, so boom. Pick them back up. Yep, we actually have exactly 1 trailer's worth here. But yeah, so like that's my next thought, is to go into that, like spend the $80-something thousand for the oil mill, get our canola in there. We can expand the fields a bit more, get where I have the giant seeder, get the giant planter, because when I have the giant planter, I can open up all those extra crops. Get the other header for the like corn and all that for the harvester, because then again, that's that many other crops we will have the ability to do from now on. And just, broaden our capabilities. Yeah, I saw that didn't get plowed or something, but that's whatever. We also need to get a second actually capable tractor. So not a tractor like this one that barely scooches by, but a tractor like that blue one I've been using. I also want to get a semi. with a trailer to take over a lot of the responsibilities. The storage is already full. We have filled our entire warehouse. That was not a thing I was anticipating doing. Okay. I mean, it's a good problem to have, I guess. So, chuck that in the ground. Well, that just means in the future, I'm gonna need another warehouse. It's also possible at some time in the near future, I stop transporting the stuff and we start moving to being like, hey, just sell it directly. Like, when you process these goods, just sell them as they come. We'll take way, way, way lower profit margins if we do that. But it would be one of those things that it means we have a constant income rolling in. Does produce expire? No, so produce doesn't expire. Okay, so flour is showing as on sale, like on its good sale. Let's go here and check what the price is on bread. So that's saying like 1800 is the peak price. Show the current race. It's 1700 right now. So we're gonna go sell our bread and our flour in the snow. It is real quiet. All right. And it is real dark. So first of all, I need to drop off flour to restock the bakery before I start selling all the extra. And grab this bread. All right. Oh, I see. And we got our bread for our first sale. Let's see, you're thinking of doing a new save on Valeron? On the start from scratch difficulty? That way starting money is actually a loan rather than just giving you money. Also, am I working in farms to make money? Yeah. I was trying to come up with another challenge to do in Farm Sim, and one of the ones I had debated doing was, I can't remember. I was like, I would give the character, I can't remember how many $100,000 to start. It's like $200,000 or $300,000 to start with. But I would start them in debt, and it was something like in debt like $2 million or some ridiculous nonsense. It's basically pretty much like max debt. And then the rule was, you know, you couldn't take any more loans because, like, the idea being you're so far below water that no reasonable person would loan you a dime. And you had to try and crawl your way out. Which was kind of the same idea as this challenge, except it gave you a little bit of a starting buffer. But it kind of makes up for it in the sense that until you're making enough money to overcome your loan payments, you're effectively losing all that income. And so it's just kind of another one that was just like a twist on that. I ended up not following through with it too far, but it was a weird idea. Alright, so there's 40,000 to begin with. That was just the bread. We got a ton of flour to sell. And then we'll also wind up having a bunch of the produce from the greenhouse. That's not ready to sell yet. That's usually the next in-game month. Man, I need to eventually get these lights I keep talking about putting in here. Like, that's the whole reason I was going to put the lights in here, is just for situations like this when it's like December and it's snowing and it's pitch black outside. I just have the lights on the side of the roads. I'm like, my only fear is with like the fields we have, that the AI, because there'll be more solid objects the AI has to figure out, it'll be even worse than normal so far as the AI just failing to do the fields. Yeah, streetlights is exactly what I'm thinking. Putting some streetlights along here. All that kind of good stuff. They're not expensive. I want to say they're like 4,000 a piece or something like that, which certainly adds up. So I had debated kind of approaching it in the sense of going, okay, what I'll do is I'll grab, you know, like for the streetlights, just set the fields farther back. Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, I'm still in the mode where it's like I need to maximize every single dollar. We're not really in that mode anymore. But, you know, habits die hard. But yeah, because I mean, for one, the field directly in front of me and the field to the left, I'm figuring we probably just straight up get rid of those fields. All right, so you got 14 more in there. Just like straight up get rid of those fields when I buy like, maybe when I buy like 1 or 2 more tiles of land, just delete those fields entirely. Be done with them. Because they're crowded in with these buildings and all that, that a lot of the tools have problems with them. So I can get rid of those fields, and they can become places where I can put stuff, you know, like more warehouses, more production line stuff, things like that. Could also plant something slow growing like poplar trees. I could. And then once we top off the bakery, then all the rest of the flour goes for sale. All right. Putting on lights for sacred stream. Oh yeah, no, like, it's been a thing. It's just before is like, oh no, I desperately need insert name of tool. We're not really in that case. The only thing that I'm kind of in a pinch for right now is I'm in a pinch for getting the oil mill. Which might even be how I approach this, is we might go, okay, this year it's the oil mill, that's our big purchase. We buy that, we use the rest of the money to do some of this cleanup that I've been talking about doing since forever. And all that. Okay, so with you, pallet, drop all those pallets. Okay. But yeah, so I could take some amount of the money each year and use it on just cleanup, like we talked about, that pretty much is going to put a parking lot in front of the warehouse and by the grain mill and over here by this. So like make this like one little kind of business corner, whatever you want to go with. Okay. There's 142 pallets of flour in there. But yeah, that might be our plan. Each in-game year, we have one major purchase to do. And after the major purchase, then we got a whole bunch of, like, littler things to consider. I suspect we're probably getting to the point that this bakery is going to be full anytime now. So if it's not this one, it'll probably be, like, a little bit of the ways in the next... There it is. It's full. Cool, so the bakery's full. All the rest of this flour goes to money. Don't do that. Oh, that's gonna be cursed. Oh well. That's fine. It's all getting sold, so we'll sort it out on the other side. All right. Any fun sales? Yeah, just got balers and sprayers and that. Nothing I need. That's kind of the nice thing is where we're at right now, where we have the second largest cultivator. We've got kind of in that second to largest tier of harvesters. That kind of stuff. We've got the largest plow. We've got a bunch of that. That I don't have like any just random tool comes by. I still should get the rollers at some point. But the big purchases I think we've got coming up are the oil mill, a second big tractor of some kind. After that, you know, getting a planter and getting the other header for the harvester, because that'll open up a bunch of crops. I think after that point it'd be going into some of the more specialized crops, like whether it's like potatoes or beets or radishes or whatever, sugarcane, like whatever we felt like. Some of those are pretty terrible to deal with, but you get the idea. Yeah, getting a second tractor that's not as slow as this one would be really nice. It also, like, in a year, if we don't have any specific tools we need, we buy an extra plot of land to work. Like, we're just in scaling up now. This does slightly worry me that we're already filling up this warehouse. I think there's a really good... Putting them LEDs on the truck to make it look cool. Yep. Get a light kit for our tractor. And the trailer too, of course. You can't leave the trailer out there. Couple strobe effects. Install the woofer. If the electrics in the tractor aren't screaming, it's not high enough amperage. Nah, you just need NOS. I see nothing wrong with any of these suggestions. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You're not, oh. Did I run out of flour in there? Is that what's going on? No, there's still, like, a whole bunch in there. Okay. That's not what I want. Okay. So, alright. Come on, pick up enough of them. Not enough of them. So, we accidentally grabbed multiple variety of stuff. Some of it doesn't need to be sold today, some of it does. So I'm gonna try and uncurse this. Come on, get that last one in there. Come on, there we go. Because of this, it's going right into the warehouse. All right, one of them was too far, but that's okay. It's because it was defaulting to the flour earlier, and I don't know why it switched, but it did. So when it switched, it's just, I didn't notice it, and then when I put it on, I was like, why are my pallets different sizes? And that's when I realized we had loaded a bunch of lettuce. And when I went to check, I accidentally just did a dumb and I pulled out strawberries. Don't do that. Okay, let's get this last box real fast. I was hoping to roll over it to flip it over. Because I'm assuming that's why I couldn't pick it up was... Where did it go? Oh, is it just wedged under there? Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Good enough. Alright. So let's fix all this. We're definitely charging extra for that last box that we roll over. We did additional handling on it. So it's the premium strawberry box. Thank God the sun is coming up. Yeah. Yeah, definitely need to get some lights here. Alright, let's go ahead and get this last box off here. Sometimes you can get away with that where let's try and wiggle you over. Okay, we're good. We're good. Until that part. Alright, that's fine. We can turn this way, turn that way to make it so we're going at an angle. Alright, now that we have uncursed ourselves, let's kick out some more flour. Alright. We have a partial pallet of flour. That's weird. A partial pallet of flour. Another partial pallet of flour. Why do I have a bunch of partial pallets of flour? There we go. And finally, we're back to selling. Because we should make over 100,000 by the time we sell everything. Each one of these loads of flour ends up being somewhere around just shy of $10,000. And then we got $50,000 for the big pile of bread. And then when we get all the produce so far as lettuce, tomatoes, and all of that sold, that's usually another like $25,000. And we make a lot of extra flour. If we were strictly trying to min-max money, I should be making a second bakery, maybe even a third bakery. I don't really want, like, kind of early on I made the rule to myself that I wasn't allowed to just duplicate more and more of like the same things. We also weren't going to do the meme that is like, get just enough money to build a solar panel, advance time, building our solar panel, advance time, building our solar panel, until like you're producing enough money to put down multiple solar panels per turn. That's kind of the real lifetime fastest way to go, is just slap down solar panels as fast as you can in advance time, since you don't have to do literally anything, they just pay. But we don't have anything like that in our farm. All right. Let's grab the next load. But yeah, I know we'll start getting some streetlights. I'll start with the corners and get the streetlights so you can see the corners better, and we'll start like working away from that. I won't be able to build streetlights up this whole road here, unfortunately, because tile 56 I don't own yet. But at least within the area, like over there, I should be able to get that all set up. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? I'm glad to see that so many people are popping in for Farming Simulator and all that, seem to be excited and engaged in it. Like, I know the last time I played, it was a bit of a quieter night, but I think it was one of those things that people are just kind of, you know, you play like too much of a game in a short time span, and you got to mix it up a little bit. As a variety creator, that is. All right. You're sleepy and aggravated with the game you're playing. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Pretty soon, I need to take 2 seconds and grab myself a new drink. And all that. Because I haven't taken a proper break today. It's probably what I'll do, is once I drop off this set of flour real fast, I'm going to take just a minute to step away, use the restroom, grab myself a drink, that kind of stuff. Just because I haven't, you know, stretched my legs or anything like that. How long? We're nowhere near the next ad break, so I won't wait for that. I was going to say, it's like, oh, when's the next ad break? I'll time it for that. It's like, oh, we are just a hair under halfway. Yeah, self-care is important. It is. I mean, it's mostly because my drink ran out, and it's like, okay, if I'm going to keep talking, I need to keep that hydration going. All right. Yeah, you can have the AI do deliveries. I found it's pretty mixed on its ability to do it. Some of the pre-made maps actually work out pretty okay. That you could be like, oh, you know, go take this load over there. You still have to like manually do the sale a lot of times and all that. But like saying, hey, I'm busy doing the spraying. I want you just to, you know, just you've got that trailer on. Just drive way over there. And all that. And it does okay. Like it'll often get itself caught on things and go, I'm blocked. I don't know how to get through. But it does relatively all right. There's a week-long event going on in Fallout 76, and you have been at it all week. Still have not got the item I want. RNG hates you. Yeah, RNG can be an absolute booger. Alright. How much? So we're going to keep an eye on our sales stuff. If we have a semi-truck show up, we're going to grab one. Like when we have the money. We're going to grab one, because that'd help with this part. So we could get a semi-truck with a dedicated trailer for that purpose and kind of stop using this tractor for this. Because the semi can go way faster and it can haul more per round. But, you know, setting up the semi ends up being like 100,000 or whatever. He said, that's where courseplay is. Set a harvester to work a field using courseplay and set another worker to unload the harvester and deliver to a specific spot. Great for working contracts. Yeah. So that's kind of the catch with, like, courseplay is how much... Like, I don't have it yet set up. I've seen it before, but how far do we want to take the automation? Because I don't want to be one of those things that, like, it's almost a logistics game of, like, setting everything up and just, like, setting the AI out to do it all. At the same time, just getting your people to be able to do basic things like putting down the fertilizer in the field where it just doesn't know what to do with the sprayers and it fails. Like, at least at the field work, being able to say, here's I've set this, let me hit the button, and you do it. She said, that's why most games have a fallback mechanic. You can buy an item for 200 tokens, or 10 per mission victory, or 5 per loss. So no matter how bad the RNG, 40 games to the max. Yeah, or they'll do, like, a weighted RNG. So, like, one of the things you can do with weighted RNG is you say, okay, the player has received this item already. Let's go ahead and go in, like, the dice rolls to get you an item. That that item you already received is now smashed into the ground of having almost no chance of being gotten. Or, you know, whatever item you haven't gotten yet is, like, massively increased. Basically to have the same effect. That, like, whatever item you're after, it's like, okay, realistically, you're gonna only have up to, like, 10 times you do this thing. Or whatever the weighting boils down to. Versus true, just pure RNG. I remember early in the days of World of Warcraft, I was getting my half-tier warlock set of equipment, and I think it was the pants. Was it Stratholme was the dungeon? I remember doing that dungeon more than 50 times just trying to get my half-tier pants, or whatever the piece was that got there. Like, I saw 2 of the extremely rare mount that drops in that place from people who want to do the whole place, before I saw what's supposed to be a relatively easy-to-get item. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't Skolo. I'm pretty sure it was Stratham. But yeah, and so it's just like I was an extreme outlier in the RNG on that one. But yeah. So it's one of those things that I am a strong believer in using weighted RNG. You can have RNG, but like, or like they'll do the RNG where no matter what, you will get an item you can technically use. So like when you, like, I think it's better nowadays in World of Warcraft where you go into a lot of these dungeons or whatever, and it's kind of like you did this encounter, everybody gets a reward. Like it's not like the old days where it's like, okay, here is this enemy, you know, or here's this boss. And we're talking dungeons, not raids. That's like, here, you're going to get like a set box or whatever. And it might be an item you still don't need, but at least it lowers that RNG from, like, some of those bosses had a loot table that was like, you know, 100-something items deep. And so you just would never have the opportunity to get your item. Yeah, exactly. Personalized loot. So it's like, okay, at least you know you get something useful out of it. And granted, again, it could be like an item you already have. So like maybe this boss drops a cape that you wanted and a sword that you wanted. And you already got the cape before, so you really want the sword. And you might get the cape multiple times. But at least it's not like when you go into it and you're like, I have seen the same set of paladins, pauldrons like 30 times now. And only twice did we actually have a paladin in our group who wanted them. Because you personally don't like hidden number fudging like karmic dice. Your preferred rule sets include mitigation mechanics overtly. Well, for me, I would even make it hidden. Like, by all means, like make it like really overt. That it's like, you know, here's the enemy's loot table. You know, maybe you, like, literally an item gets stricken from the enemy loot table. Or, like, it will sit there and go, you know, okay, you didn't get your item. here, like, you now have twice as much of a chance of getting your item. Okay, you still didn't get it. Now you have twice of that. Like, be overt. Like, don't hide it. Like, give the odds. But yeah, no, I'm also totally fine with the idea of you beat the boss and you get, 10 forged gems or whatever. And then you take your 10 forged gems and go, I would like to buy this item. And it's a really good item. It's just like, okay, well, if the boss gives you a forged gem each time, you can have, like, the most ridiculous item be like, okay, this is, like, a 40 forged gem item. I'm also down with, like, I know people in the past, like, no, they should distribute items to, like, make you have to do all the dungeon. Like, you know what, honestly? Older, like, when I say older, like, me of the past, I've been like, yeah, that makes sense. So, like, get the players to do all the things. But older me, as in, like, age-wise, like, you know what? There are just some dungeons I don't like. By all means, don't make me go through all this. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take that, like, 2-3 minute break I just mentioned. I'm gonna quickly do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a second. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance that they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died.
I see. What state are you in?
We're in Kansas.
Oh.
That's the reason I titled the stream, We're in Kansas, Toto.
Kansas.
And this is a totally legal U-turn.
Kansas, she says, is the name of the star. Kansas, she says, is the name of the star.
No. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, plus we did find a grappling arm down there, and the prawn suit, and the drill arm. Alright. So I hope... Yeah, I forgot about that. Was a dare drop. Is they had their new map for when they were releasing the veggies, like the carrots and all that. And one of the dare drops is like, you need to do a tour of whatever the name of the map was. And there has been so much glow up between current Rual and old Rual. But yeah, it's but like very much with that, it was very much playing a character in that one. That's the reason I was talking like a little on the faster side and all that, and like kind of giving it like an over the top, like, you know, the cheery positive like you get from like a salesperson or whatever. It was a lot of fun. We were like having a lot of laughs from all of that. I can't remember what even started the wizard thing. Like, we joked about something that there was clearly wizards in the world, because something was like, you know, physics being weird, and we made the excuses that it was because of wizards, and that they were effectively holding us hostage. And I have no idea where it came from. So just like doing the tour, realizing I was on my way out of the map, I was like, we can make it. We can get away from the wizards. We could be free. It's excellent. But yeah, no, it's the channel's been doing really good for a while. Like the a Rimworld anomaly has definitely worked out for the channel's benefit. And it is funny. It's one of those things that, like, when you watch the way like channel numbers work and all that, you'll have those times that, like you'll assuming things are going well, you'll have a general upward trajectory, but the way it actually ends up looking is you'll have like, okay, things are going all right, they're like, you know, a little bit of upper viewership. You'll get something that you like landed in like a game at the right time, that you'll get like a big boost in viewership, or like you'll get into a new circle of communities that, you know, you're all kind of sharing an audience, and you know, you get that strong benefit from that group. And then what ends up happening is like a lot of games, unless they end up being those games that kind of like just last forever, they end up starting to wind down. And so on the other side of it, you watch your viewership kind of go back down, and then the hope being that, you know, when it goes back down, it's higher than before it started going up. Or usually with the communities, like you'll kind of get settled in where that community, like you've gotten to about what that's building you up or whatever, because you all kind of grow, and you know, especially if you're playing similar games, like there's a lot of people who are in the circles that have played Project Zomboid, there's a lot of people in circles that played RimWorld that we've overlapped with. And so like when Project Zomboid's numbers started going down, like the benefit we were all having of having that shared community started, you know, dropping, because we were all around one game, that individual game was having problems. But the idea is you hope it goes up gradually from that. And generally speaking, if I look, like I zoom the camera way back, generally speaking, that's the way the channel's gone. It's like you have watched it like slowly build up. That said, like again, the reality is it's like it slams into the ceiling and it comes back down to the floor and it slams back up again, and it's really hard to watch that when you know your bills getting paid depends on it, because you hit those floors and sometimes they don't really feel very good. You're like, what have I done to my channel? What have I done? Is it all over? It's like, is this it? You know, and then like the next wave comes. But like, for example, the beginning of this, so last year, the very beginning of last year was really rough for me, because the channel had blown up in a huge way off of Project Zomboid. But like Zomboid was seeing a particularly bad patch viewership-wise on the platform, as, you know, there hadn't been an update in a long time. A lot of people had started stepping away from it because they had been burning out. There hadn't been any like really big new mods for people to like, you know, get reinvigorated, re-excited about, and all those kind of things. So it's just, you know, it's a very slow time for Project Zomboid, to a degree that my variety content began to overpass Project Zomboid, which, while I've always been a variety streamer, that game took off for me in a big way. As you know, I had become a known quantity in that community before Build 41 had gotten announced, like that it was releasing. So I was positioned in the right place, right time, which wasn't a strategic decision by me. It was, hey, Project Zomboid, like, I was playing that game just for me before I tried to do any type of meaningful streaming. And then it's like, okay, well, unrelated to Project Zomboid specific, it's actually more RimWorld. It's like, hey, wait a second, I'm actually getting a lot of viewers outside my group of friends. Like, this could be something. And so I started putting the effort into it. It's like, okay, Project Zomboid, you know, it's not a high viewership game on the platform, but it's kind of in that, well, I'm in like the 10s, 20s, 30s viewership. There's enough room for me in this category to still grow. Like, it's not that small. Which is why when we had the discussion about like games that are viable and not viable, like what is and isn't viable changes dramatically depending on like your existing audience and all that kind of stuff. Like if you're a channel that you've got like 1 to 5 viewers, pretty much anything that anyone ever searches for is viable. Well, I'd actually argue games that are like the giant 300,000 viewer kind of games, less so viable, which sounds weird because, you know, it's just one of those things that when the crowd, like when the category is that saturated, there's like 3,000 people streaming it, the chance of someone finding your channel when you're right at the beginning is so close to zero. It's a statistical. Is Sunnyside on your radar yet? Not yet. I saw I saw before stream today, someone had mentioned they were excited about it, and I have not had a chance to look at it, to like even know what it is. There is a demo. Gotcha. Cool. If someone could do me a favor and drop that in the game suggestions channel, because especially right now in the next 2 days, I don't know what I'm streaming for those days in a, oh god, I wish I knew what I was streaming kind of way. So it is a perfect time for stuff like that. Because that gives me, because like, especially if it's a new game, even if it doesn't have much viewership yet, that's a lot more flexible because it's something brand new that there is sometimes, like, it's where you can find the audiences you didn't know you didn't have kind of thing. You can play 10 games in the game? Okay. Slice of life farming set in Japan. Modern element, also robots and battles. Alright. And let me check, because I missed something. My thing is, you followed Zombie for a decade. I think you found me through FG, not the game. Yeah. Well, that happens. Like, it's very genuinely, Twitch is a very small world. For as many creators as there are in a platform, the amount of, like, cross-traffic you have from places you never expect is staggering. It's one of the reasons why, for anyone ever considering being any bit serious in Twitch, you want to cooperate with other people and work with other people and network with other people and all those kind of things. If you are the kind of person who is going to compete with other people, that you're going to be like, oh no, I'm not going to share my audience because they will steal my audience, you are not going to last. You might make it a year or so where you do okay, but sooner or later, when you need those other connections to like keep you afloat, you're gonna just collapse into whatever. There was a creator who we had raided, and I had been hanging out with them, and I thought they're like a friend of the channel a little bit. And I was lurking there one time, and he's like, "Oh, I never raid anyone because, you know, why would I help someone steal my audience?" And I was like, "What? What?" And so we added them on the never raid list. Which is a very short list. It's only like 3 people long, which one of them, it was the person was dealing with their own stuff that are like, yeah, we, like, please don't raid me, like, it's not good for where I am right now. And it's like, okay, I'm not going to pretend to understand, but I will respect it. Let's see, like, if you don't raid, like you did COVID booster, you didn't add everyone to let people folks, and gave them 3 friends to suggest to watch. Oh yeah. I've done that a pinch, like days that I normally stream that don't happen. I haven't done quite like that, but it'll be like, oh yeah, you know, here's this other person that I also recommend. Or when people pop in, you're like, oh hey, you know, you used to play Project Zomboid. You don't play that much. It's like, oh well, here's someone you like. If you're specifically only like you're kind of seeking Project Zomboid, here's some like people I know. That's it. I actually don't know. So, like, right now, I actually don't know very many people playing Project Zomboid. Like, I know Allison Adventure plays, and it's a good time. Ultrasource has been playing a bunch of Project Zomboid lately, and is a good time if you can catch her playing Project Zomboid. She's a variety as well. Mr. Lamper UK can be a lot of fun, Project Zomboid. They stream after me, usually. Yeah, no, it's exactly the same thing. Pancreas saying Project Zomboid's not going to get big again until the next update. I agree. I also think where a lot of people are expecting, I feel like a lot of people are expecting Build 42 to be as big as Build 41 was. I don't think that's going to be the case. Oh yeah, How to Be Quiet is also playing it. Yeah, absolutely. How to Be Quiet's also excellent. How to Be Quiet and Ultrasaurus were playing Project Zomboid together before I started streaming today. Like, it overlapped part of my stream. I don't know when they're wrapping or have wrapped, but that was definitely good. Yeah, so when it hits big again, you'll be the first people a lot of folks will come to watch. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, very genuinely, once they say, hey, you know, Build 42 is dropping on, you know, whatever day they say, June, July, August, whenever. You know, hey, it's dropping on this day. More than likely, leading up to it, I will probably be playing a decent amount to kind of get people back in the habit of watching. for it. And then when Build 42 drops, we'll be checking it out. I do genuinely expect Build 42. I think it'll be one of those ones you're gonna like. Imagine here's the Build 41 high. I imagine Build 42, like if this is normal, it's gonna be up here somewhere. I don't see it overtaking because multiplayer is a much bigger feature to market than expanding the map and working out like reworking crafting and all that. And like don't get me wrong, to me Build 42 is offering me more changes. Like I don't care that much about multiplayer. So it's more of a feature to me, but for drawing in more people, that's the thing. But it sounds crazy to me. You don't raid because you're not going to let people steal your viewers. Raiding can get you seen by others. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Raiding hands down has done more for the growth of this channel than probably anything. Because if nothing else, if I'm regularly raiding certain people, I'm like, hey, we're playing similar games, you have a similar vibe, I'm gonna raid you. Because that means I get to take my audience, who I have a fair bit of knowledge of what style of games they like to play, what vibe they play. I can hand them over to your side, like, and trust my community with you. There's a very good chance at some point or other you're gonna return the favor. A lot of times it doesn't work where it's like I go to person X and I raid them and then they raid me back, because that usually means they stream after me, so they don't have the opportunity. But you can end up getting these circles that happens where it's like I would raid to this person, who often raids to this person, and then this other person, by proxy of all these people knowing who I am, suggest to raid back to me, and that you end up. I've literally had times where I've had people literally go full circle, where just for whatever reason they're pulling like an all-nighter or whatever, that I raid out, they catch the end of my stream, and by the time they're wrapping up for the night, they're back on my stream because just the raid chain went all the way around. It's not something you plan for. Like it's not like I wake up and I DM a couple of people. It's like, hey, I'm gonna raid you. You raid this person. You raid that person who's gonna raid me, and then we'll do this. I've never done that. Because you do want to generally broaden out farther than that. Like I try not to raid the same person twice in a row. Sometimes I do. Like sometimes it's like you're already super tired and you're like, I don't want to go through the time of figuring it out, or you pop on to raid at the end of the evening and you're like, oh, I can either raid the same person again and keep everyone in the category, or like the handful of things like to raid out, you go, well, everyone's just like, there are other creators I would normally raid, but they're like in a category that's like the vibe is like the opposite. So, like, for example, if I go from, like, Farming Simulator to Phasmophobia, that's not a good raid most of the time, because you're going to have a lot of people who are just not looking for a horror vibe at that moment. Yeah, your raid list is heckin' small because you are late. So, that's the thing. I get to raid out to a ton of people that I get to choose from, because about the time I wrap up is about the time all the daytime European streamers start winding up. So I actually do have a lot of people I can raid into. Whereas the people who raid into me, I often get to benefit from that a lot, because I stream into way later than most US creators go. Like, there's some that go around how late I go, but most of the time there's not many US creators who go as late as I do. And very genuinely, there are people who do stream in Australia. Like, there's a decent number of them, Australia and New Zealand. But I would say in just raw quantities, there's way fewer of them by comparison to, United States, Canada, and Europe. Like, just raw numbers, there are more people in Europe and Canada and the US streaming in English than there are in the time zones that cover Australia and New Zealand. So that works to my advantage, that there's not as many as a pickup. And because I start streaming at like late US hours all the way over into like unreasonably late US hours, I kind of cover that gap where I do catch a lot of people before a lot of the Australian people get like winding up on their stream. Yeah, like Drongo. Yeah, Drongo's someone. Certain times of the year I can raid out to Drongo, who is another fantastic content creator, Australian content creator. But it really depends. Like right now, my stream ends a full hour before Drongo's stream starts. So it's only if I get like super ADHD, hyper absorbed, want to wrap something up, that I get to go late enough to have the opportunity to do that. But there are people who I have raided into who will then raid into Drongo. Like there's times where we raid into Simcopter 1, or Ultrasaurus, that sometimes that ultimately gets over to Drongo. Like that stuff does happen a lot. You'll find you'll end up having a bunch of people who we have huge overlap. You have the opposite problem, too many people you want to raid? Yeah. One of my bummers is just because of my time span, there's so many creators I would love to drop raids on that I almost never get the chance. Like it's just they're never on when I'm rapping. One of them being Pankraru, who is an absolutely fantastic creator you should be definitely checking out. VTuber, plays a whole variety of games. Was playing some Little Kitty Big City recently, but also does some like click adventure style games, does a lot of turn-based tactical games, among many other things. Done some slice of life and all that kind of stuff, like my time at Sandrock, my time at Porsche, that kind of stuff. Good times over there. Definitely have a lot of similar games he played. Doesn't play as much in the way of simulation games as here, but pretty much the rest of the stuff I play, lots of overlap. I believe, I'm not sure if you were doing RimWorld today or soon. I remember seeing that you were looking at it. That you're going to be checking out the new RimWorld DLC. But definitely good times over there. But that is someone who you had to board the plan? Because of the boosters. Yes. Yeah, no, I read that as well, that you're like, oh, all right, we'll do this. Yep, that's understandable. There's definitely times when you get your vaccines that, like, they mess with you. You actually own 0 RimWorld DLC? But how? But how? I have no idea what you got going on there, Grumpy. You're still learning the game and you don't want to overcome it? Oh, that's totally fair. If you're still learning the game, do not get the DLC. Very, very genuinely, start no DLC as you're doing. And then once you feel like, okay, like not even that you're getting victories or whatever. Okay, like, I feel comfortable what's in the game. I want more. Then I'd probably recommend grabbing either ideology or biotech. Either or, and you'll have people who argue to no end which is the correct decision, and the answer is there's no wrong decision there. When you last played it, it was to the point where my little people were not starving. Yep. Let me check one thing real fast. There we go. Fairly new account. Not super new. But yeah. It was like one of those things like, okay, jumping in and randomly, like, because for one, as someone who has sold chainsaws, you're not cutting your junk off with a chainsaw. Trust me on this. By the time you would achieve that, you are cutting major arteries in your legs. So no. That is a story I will call 100% BS on. As someone who used to sell chainsaws, like, even if you were going out of your way to be, like, super precise to pull it off, you could potentially do it at that extreme, but trust me, no one is doing that deliberately with a chainsaw. Yeah, no, I could see a nose, because your nose sticks out of your face. And before people go with the logical thing, you can go with the other department we were just covering down there. That, again, requires a very conscious effort to deliberately and maliciously do things to yourselves. Which no rational person is going to do. Even most irrational people would certainly not do it. Alright, I'm not going to worry about that one container of flour. Okay, so it is building time. Once I can remember buttons. There we go. Alright, so it is time for construction, production, factories, and we are looking for the oil mill. Cereal factory, oil mill. All right. So I've got my 2 points here. I've got the drop off on one side and whatever the heck you do with the door here. So let's try to get these roughly even. This is going to encroach in that other field even more. So here's actually the question we should be considering. Do I put the oil mill down here? Like in this area. It's like right there is one place I'm thinking. Which is actually complaining that's overlapping another object, and I do not know what the object is. Do I have like a tree stump in here? So I could put it over there. That's certainly one place. We've got the canola field up here, so I could see putting it up in this area as well. Because the plan there would be to take this road and like keep bringing it up this way, so it'd go around to here. So maybe give that a wide berth. Yeah, so maybe drop this here. This might be the better place, because it'll be closer to the canola field and all that. I'm thinking here. Let's move it from the other side. So I think that should be plenty of space where we won't run into problems or a person in our tractor will be like, man, I don't know what to do. There's a building in the way. I'm going to skip this whole half of this field. Yeah, no, I think that'll be good. Right around there is, I think, what we're doing. Bring it back a little ways so we can run the road along the edge there. We've committed. Alright, so with that, let's go down here and grab the landscaping tool, painting. We have... Where's the gravel? Forest ground, gravel. Oh yeah, no, anytime you're dealing with like any major power tools, very much just take all the time you need. You know, the whole measure twice, cut once, that like apply that to everything related to the task. Let's fix this up. This is a disaster. Okay. That's relatively okay for now. It's like driving, you know, people who wrecked 15 cars and people who drove 70 years and never got hurt or hurt anybody. It's not just luck between, despite what they tell stories. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain factor of luck, but it's not... Like, you can create or destroy luck as well. So, like, if you drive recklessly, you are massively increasing the odds that the luck will not work out for you. At the same token, if you drive extra carefully, that doesn't guarantee you'll never have a problem, because you do share the roads with others. So like, for example, I have never been in an accident that I was at fault. And I don't mean like, I mean both the legal side of it and the, you know, more accurate side of it. Okay, so let's go ahead and plan for the road to be that wide up here. Can I... Where was the thing that I thought... so change the brush size. That's too big. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and quickly do this. Give ourselves a gravel road that runs along our field. Okay. And a lot of that is I drive very defensively nowadays. That I basically treat everyone else I see on the road as someone who is just gonna randomly like veer into me at any given moment. And you know, that doesn't mean you just like constantly switch all over the place, but so much as just like go, okay, you know, let's not crowd these people in. Let's give them a wide berth, you know. I keep several car lengths ahead in front of me, that kind of stuff. I'm totally fine with this having a couple little smidges off here and there. I honestly feel like that'd be more realistic than if it was like a perfect road with no oddities. Okay, so right now I'll just come to a dead end. Is the road just visual? Does it do anything? It is mostly just visual. It does have the effect of grass doesn't grow on it, and technically you can like mow grass to get stuff from it. So it's mostly visual. That does have some implications to the game. Alright. So now I just want to connect this down. I wasn't sure if it was going to let me put it on our tractor, because certain things when you go to mess with the terrain and all that, it won't let you do if there's a vehicle or whatever in the way. Alright. Alright, so it's not the cleanest road yet, but we've got stuff here. Take that corner just a little bit. Alright, so we technically have a road that attaches that. It's still not perfect, but it's much cleaner and all that. So now I can go to decorations, lights. But what style of lights do we want? I feel like the giant overhead lights wouldn't be what you'd find in some like super rural looking road. Like this style, like these ones here feel more like what we'd be finding. Probably this. Okay, and that's the end of the part I own of that. Disco ball lights. Alright, and I'm gonna keep the lights mostly here. Put a gap there for a driveway. I'm gonna keep them on this side of the road. Alright. This has been way overdue. I'm not going to go up the whole gravel road right now with the lights. Because I need to save enough money for fertilizer and everything. But I will put... There we go. Alright. See, funnily enough, the big curved ones are exactly what you've seen on farms most often, because farmers buy the ones that have been hit and sheared off, then to plant them in the ground. Alright, oh, actually, there was one more thing we want to do. Construction. And one more time with the paint tool. This has all been way overdue. I've been talking about doing a lot of this stuff for, like, ever, and just... That's the thing. So this is asphalt. So make this one of the roads that comes in. Give ourselves like a little bit of an easement here. Same with this, we need a road that comes in here. And I'll put a front and a back area, parking lot. Because the idea is this is a bakery, so in theory you'd have customer parking as well. Alright, and we need to shrink this down. Attached to the road there. Okay, can I do anything to make parking lot looking stripes? I don't think there is by default. So it's gonna be just figure out your parking yourself. Because there's nothing else here that feels like it could take the place of that. One thing I need to do is we've had this like artificial looking stripe here for the whole time. It's not the same grass and it upsets me. I mean, it's better than having that plastic-looking area there. Burning up all of our money. Okay, so that looks way better. Alright, we got an area back here. I've stopped. My money. I've gone too far. I needed that money. Alright. So we're not quite to where I wanted to be with it, but that is good progress. I actually had planned to join those two join those two parking lots, but we just blew about $50,000-$60,000 on what's effectively cosmetics. But that's fine. It's been overdue for about like 5 in-game years, so slowly but surely it's looking a little bit more like a real place. 50K. Oh no, in real life it's not, but in real life a parking lot serves a purpose. All right. That's how I can park you here. And I think we go until April before I have to worry about anything. April is we plant the sorghum. All right. So it's time to pop into our vehicle here and move forward, because that was our big payout for the year. We still have about 25,000 more coming. But that's got to get us all our fertilizer and everything for the coming year, and seeds and everything else. So I may have flown a little close to the sun. All right, so strawberries are up for sale. So let's deal with this. So first, let's grab the flour to make sure the flour mill keeps running. And how are you doing? You still have sorghum, but you are getting low on it. You got 14 more containers of that, of flour in there. Come on. So I'm going to load back up the greenhouse again. Or sorry, not the greenhouse, the warehouse again. Cool. I also need to grab the bread, so we're going to have to do the 2 passes. Yeah, I wish I could just, like, paint the stripes on the ground. I think if I could paint some, like, parking lot stripes... I know there's mods that you can get, like, little things where you can just paint the textures on. I might even grab that. Because what I'd probably do is for this parking lot or this area up here, I'd probably put just a row of parking spaces, like, right here at the very front. So, like, if you're, you know, if you're parking, you'd park like this. Like that kind of thing. All right. Alright, so we got 6 more popping out. And then that's all the flour we've got. Okay. Because we'll drop this all off, we'll grab the strawberries, put those up for sale to get a little bit more money in. Okay, now spit out all of the strawberries. Okay. Because the other bummer with overspending that much, it means if we did get any good deals on equipment, I'm just not going to be able to afford them. Okay, and it's time to sell an entire, well, not quite an entire thing of strawberries. But yeah, that is looking quite a bit better. It's a shame it doesn't look like the lights work very far away, which is a little bit of a shame, but I guess it's a performance decision. Oi. Yeah, so this will probably be $8,000-9,000, I would guess. I want to say it's the lettuce that makes the real money from the greenhouse. But that'll be good. Okay, there we go. Or it's 4,000. Strawberries are not worth much. All that said, all of that still helps because, like I said, I think I'm going to need to buy a round of liquid fertilizer this time, which could very quickly add up. I'm probably okay on lime. I'm definitely okay on solid fertilizer. And I think, yeah, I'm definitely okay on the herbicide. It's just the liquid fertilizer is the only one I'm like this. I'm definitely going to have to buy seeds, but seeds are relatively inexpensive. All things considered, like you buy a thing of fertilizer, it's like 1,800 or some nonsense, and you buy a thing of seeds and it's like 800. So that's really not that bad. All right, the other good news is I don't have to pick up anything else right now because the wheat's still, sorry, we're still making the flour, and that was literally all of the strawberries that we had in the warehouse. I'm not gonna bother like going over to the greenhouse to pick up like one more case of strawberries. Like, it could be that, like, maybe if we see there's a bunch of boxes at the warehouse next in-game day when the tomatoes and lettuce come up, then maybe I'll run over there and grab them because everything will be there. They seem to be the second most expensive behind fuel, but I think they wanted to avoid bootstrapping issues if the player runs out of money. Yeah. Well, I mean, fertilizer tends, like, if you're buying, like, chemical fertilizer, that tends to not be cheap. I remember hearing people I knew who were in farming complain pretty openly about the cost of fertilizer. Alright, so soon I'm going to need to top off that water, too. I'm going to try and hold off on that for a little bit. Okay, so we don't have anything to harvest until July. Alright. So April is planting the sorghum, and then July is harvest time. Yeah, I have no idea on like the cost of seeds and all that type of stuff. It probably also depends on the plants, I'd imagine, as well. I imagine there's probably some plants that their seeds are practically gold, and then there's other plants that, you know, they just give you such an overabundance of seeds that like it's just not a big deal. Alright, so tomatoes are on a good price. Let's check to see what the lettuce is supposed to get up to. So lettuce is supposed to be able to get up to 1,100. It's basically there. Okay, so we're going to sell all of that stuff. And then in April, we'll need to do the seeding, so we can cultivate pretty soon and all that stuff. Okay, and you're gonna give me 10 more boxes of flour, and you are all out of stuff to make more flour with. Well, that's not convenient. That's not exactly what I wanted to do is keep turning and then latching on again, because you just kind of jerk the trailer to the side. Oh, you sped only 4 out? That's fine. Yep, that's all of it. Okay. So we drop this off. We're done dropping stuff off here for right now. We'll grab everything we can out of the greenhouses and the warehouse, and we'll be good. We're not going to grab the bread and the flour out of the warehouse. That's next year's produce. There we go. Yeah, no, that's definitely the warehouse in the game to start with is not my favorite. It's still better than not having the warehouse. There's not a okay. You cannot back your trailer into it. Not really. It only backs in about 2 rows of stuff on the trailer. Like, what you can't see is there's an invisible wall right behind where you see that gridded out. So it's only like 2-3 rows of the trailer is all the more you get out of it. Yeah, no, I'm pretty unimpressed with the way this works. It's still better than me just chucking it all on the ground. Okay, so that's all the produce there. It's still better than me chucking it all on the ground, but it is definitely not my favorite. As the farm costs are spiraling like crazy, so you might be right with the fertilizer by now. Cost per area has increased almost a quarter from 2021 to 2022. Yeah, that's not surprising. Even just the fuel costs alone, with like how much gas prices have gone up in a lot of places, because of how much fuel farms end up having to use between all of the different production stuff, would significantly impact the cost of production. Which is a big reason why our cost of food is going up so much. Like, and you'll have a lot of people accuse it, like, the increase of minimum wage and yada yada yada. And don't get me wrong, the increasing minimum wage didn't decrease the prices any, it did go up. But there's a lot of blame being put there. And when you really go in and look at like the difference of like giving all the employees, you know, even if it were like double the wage, it ends up not being nearly as much as the increase of prices end up being. Like, not even remotely. Which there's a lot that goes into that can get all complicated about, you know, companies charging what they believe they can get away with, not anything relative to, you know, anything attached to the cost of production or sales or whatever. Which is a lot of truth to that. Which is one of the upsetting things. That was one of the things, you know, having random conversations with Tomb and all that. That was one of the things I'm like, you know, I'm curious, you know, 20, 30 years from now, like, you know, or have an entirely different set of people running like all the different tiers of all the different things. And I wonder if, with how many people have struggled with, like, you know, companies being able to just, you know, just charge as much as they like for just about anything, you know, until like customers just cannot pay it and all that. I wonder if we'll be looking at a very different world where people start taking a lot more pride in being like, no, I care a lot about the reputation of my company more so than, you know, bleeding every last penny I can out of this stone. Like, I am genuinely curious what things will change for us culturally in 20, 30 years. And I don't think there's any very, you could make like a sound prediction about that. Because I do imagine it's going to be a very significant cultural shift, and it's hard to guess what that will be. Botting Bean's like, I can tell you one thing for certain. I will rule the world during that time. Look, man. If you're paying well and the benefits are good, let's talk. I'm willing to negotiate. Why do I have this really bad feeling with how hard these things are to notice when they're not lit up at night? I'm going to absolutely be just catching my cedar on those things on that field real hard. Yeah, I had to stop. I know I didn't get this spot. I had to stop putting down the grass and all that. Very genuinely, I was looking at going, you know, I looked up at her mind, I was like, oh man, I'm down to like $12,000. I still have fertilizer to buy. That crap ain't cheap. Okay, and you got 3 more inside there. Yeah, so that should actually work out. But I should be able to load up all of this, all of that, and a couple over by that. You drove past the warehouse? Yep. Yeah, no, since all of this is on a good price now, it's like, yeah, let's just go ahead and grab this. I'm kind of need to have all the money I can. Like, if I have to get the liquid fertilizer, that's gonna be rough. Oh yeah, perfect. And I realize I have 2 boxes stuck underneath it. It's fine. Okay, so you're all emptied out. Nope, I'll have to come around the other side. Alright, so we sell all this produce. Then what we're gonna end up doing is topping off the water in the greenhouses, because that needs to happen or we're not gonna get, you know, the produce the whole time around. And then the next in-game day, we're going to cultivate and do 1 round. Well, no, we're just gonna cultivate these fields. We're going to cultivate both the far outfields to prep it for planting the sorghum. Because then we plant the sorghum, we herbicide the field, then we fertilize the field again. And then the sorghum's done until harvest time. We advance to the harvest, which is in July. And then we start, you know, getting all stuff loaded up to make some sales. Alright, so I feel like to fit the way I naturally want to route here, I should have like a fly-off lane kind of thing like this. Because whether I'm dropping off stuff or picking stuff up, we should do that. And then, like I said, I also envision connecting these 2 parking lots. Like, maybe we do the thing where it's kind of just like a little road that goes between the 2 parking lots. But I'm kind of figuring we'll either put like a second warehouse there or something at some point. I do kind of like the way the roads are. It's a little bit of a weird angle back there because of, you know, where this dirt road kind of goes at a steep angle this way, and then the road kind of comes off, not at a 90 degree from that steep angle, but a straight line, like, off from it. So it makes it a little bit acute. But honestly, that imperfect stuff, I feel like adds a lot to these games. Like, it's more interesting when you make, like, cities in games like City Skyline, where it's not a perfect grid, but instead, you know, you got, like, these little weird, slightly windy roads, and you got, like, random, like, minor elevation differences. Because, one, that's more authentic. Most cities, when they're built, they don't level the entire terrain perfectly flat, because, one, terrain settles and all that. You put a bunch of buildings on and roads and all that, it's going to settle and adjust everything anyways. But, very genuinely, it's not worth the time and effort. Like, they'll go out of their way, like, if you have, like, a particularly steep hill, they might level that down. But otherwise, they'll try and work with what's there. Alright. We definitely want to make that semi happen. I am really hoping, when it comes to the pallets on the semi, that there'll be a trailer that, like, it just magics them into the trailer. That, you know, you sit there and you pick up the stuff to put into the trailer, and it's just like, okay, you've got, you know, 10,000 lettuce in the back of your truck, just so I can go to the warehouse and it just absorbs it out of there. I don't know if that's how it works. I've actually, to be entirely honest, I think I've only had one run I've ever bought the semis. But they're definitely way better for moving stuff around, like getting the giant container for the back for moving your produce and all that. I'm just usually always fighting for, Don't do this to me. I cannot afford to get that right now. Don't do this to me. I cannot afford that right now. I'm just gonna pretend it's not there. But, if we look at the trailers... We can do it this way. Let me go ahead and grab the rest of the produce that we've got down here. Then we start up the row, it'll check. Because even if I bought the front half of that semi, I wouldn't be able to buy the trailer, so it wouldn't do us any good. But I still have to buy liquid fertilizer. So even if I could somehow weasel out the last, like, 18,000 I need, which, let's be real, that's not happening. But even if I could make that happen, why did the bread come... Is that the bread? No, that's okay. I was about to be like, but why'd the bread pop out? All right. There we go. Last load to sell. Yeah, and that's the thing. If I hadn't gone, like, absolutely ham on, like, the decor, we would have had enough for it easily. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but it's also not a big thing I, like, regret or whatever. But yeah, so if we were to look at the trailers, for example, which we can check that by going to the trucks, choosing one of them combinations. So, like, this is for, like, the loose stuff, so it's, like, 54,000, and it carries a lot. So, one of these was for pallets. That's trees, animals, vehicles. Yeah, so that one's pallets. Did you know you can set your warehouse to selling? Yeah, so far I haven't. So you don't have to transport? Yeah, so far I haven't tried setting it to selling, because usually when you sell it to selling, it's as fast as you load it up, it sells. It could be one of those things, because I don't know exactly how the selling works so far as its timing, like end of the day or whatever. But it might not be a bad idea to save me the shipping this out here, that I could potentially go to the warehouse. Let's see here. It was... It's in here somewhere. It sells at peak price? Just, okay, if it automatically sells at peak price, that would be amazingly powerful. Because all the other stuff when you tell it to sell, like if I go to the flour mill and I say sell, it sells it each and every day at whatever the price is that day. So you do lose a huge amount of your margin, like, you know, because you're selling at like the worst time of year and all that. But if it like, let you double check? Yeah. Because that would be amazing, because that would save me a lot of effort of picking stuff up and hauling it around. It would honestly be even okay, like, if I flipped it to sell, if it sold immediately, that would also be okay, because it'd have the same outcome of where I don't have to manage it. Because literally all I would need to do is, you know, go over there on the day it comes time to sell and say, sell it. But I don't know if I have to do that, like, the day before, which I worry I would just forget. Alright, so get this here for dealing with the bread. Let's actually run over to see what the options are on this. Yeah, so I could kick stuff out of it. I don't remember where if at all, I even saw it, because we don't have the warehouse listed here. You might also be thinking the mod warehouse. So long as you can sell bread and flour and not the other stuff. Well, that's what I'm trying to remember if I even remember seeing the warehouse on this list. Because you have normally like these UIs where you can sit there and say like store it, sell it, whatever. But you can notice the greenhouse is not here. And I've got this here to take pallets out, but that has nothing to do with the selling thing. And we have this icon, which is just saying, hey, you dump your stuff here. And I don't see any other interface to this. I'm guessing that's probably the modded version of the warehouse, because I remember a lot of people were... Go to pricing. And I can go strawberries or lettuce. And I could show the shop farm and all that. Yeah, at the moment I have bread and flour in there. Yeah, so I've got that. But I don't see any other interface stuff here. You're right, it might be the other warehouse. Yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure that sounds like, that's the thing, is like when you started describing that, I'm like, that doesn't sound like functionality that, you know, Giants would actually be good about putting in the base game. I could see why you'd want, like, why that'd be desirable, but they're pretty strict about like not making a lot of automation stuff. Cause like that was, you can the mod warehouse, you can even have it where like it'll move stuff from the mill to the warehouse and then sell from the warehouse, like do all that, like make it work like a distribution center. But that happens all the time, don't worry about it. We get all the time. People like, why aren't you doing this? It's like, oh, that's a mod. Oh, okay. Why aren't you doing that? Oh, that's a mod. Oh, okay. You just get so used to doing stuff because it's available and then you don't even realize it's a mod anymore. Rimworld's super notorious for that. Like, all the stuff in Allow Tool, I constantly get people like, why aren't you doing this? Like, that's a mod. Like, no, it's not. It's like, yes, it is. Don't worry. Not that I'm never wrong. I certainly am wrong a decent number of times. It's just usually it'll be like the same things I hear again and again. That was the reason the other day where people were like, why aren't you right-clicking to dismiss the prompts at the top of Rimworld? It's like, that's a mod. That's Allow Tool. And they're like, no, I'm not. They added it in 1.5, which they did. I was like, oh my god, they did. Thank you. You stopped using the base game stuff for so long, you forgot how bland they were. I will say I was expecting more out of the warehouse. Allow Tool should be vanilla. To be fair, most of Allow Tool is vanilla now. Like, very genuinely, most of Allow Tool is just vanilla now. Alright. There's a couple features that aren't brought over, but like where you can right-click and say mine this whole area, like mine this vein, and it does so in a really elegant way. You can do the thing where you right-click on allow and say allow everything. Like all of that got moved into vanilla, so that's pretty solid. And you'll have people complain, it's like, they just stole all the ideas. It's like, nah, man. It's like, one of the most popular mods. RimWorld is actually really good about, they've hired people who do the mods into the team. They have a lot of their own people, like a lot of the people who work for RimWorld do help facilitate a lot of the mods in themselves. They work very heavily with a lot of them as well. So, I mean, all things considered, I actually feel like RimWorld does a pretty good job about, you know, taking features that really should be part of RimWorld, bringing them into RimWorld, and then, you know, either giving credit to the person who mods or hires them or stuff like that. That said, RimWorld still does have a lot of pain points. I do really wish they would focus on. Okay, cool. So I've got that warehouse, or not warehouse, that greenhouse all filled up with water. Just takes us a quick minute. That's looking nice. We got a brand new oil processing place. Nothing in it yet. And the amount of canola I suspect we'll get from that one field, we'll probably only run it a couple of months before it runs out and we'll need more. But it's kind of, we got to start somewhere. So we get that going and get that producing. It might even be a thing. I bet you I probably am going to need to put another warehouse up here somewhere for the canola, or just another warehouse in general. All right. Yeah, because that's going to be another production line. We'll probably want to put that up there. I could also potentially see building a... We might even be able to turn a warehouse sideways over here. So while that's filling up, put like a warehouse, like the back is over here, going this way. Like I might have to mess with the terrain a little bit, which is a little risky. And then, you know, maybe ends over here. And that might give me a good place to drop off the greenhouse goods and the canola oil. And then what we'd be able to do later on is, as we add more production lines, it'd have like more warehouses over there. I suspect we'd end up needing a decent number of warehouses. That may even be something that I eventually have to grab one of the mods, is some of the smarter warehouses, as it were. Because it is one of the risks you run into in Farm Sim, that the mid to late game very quickly can just become pallet movement simulator. Getting the semi will help a lot. Like, getting the semi will help a lot. Because that'll let me move a lot more pallets per go a lot faster, too. Man, I let these get really low. In fact, it's taking me multiple full trailers to fill these up again. To be fair, this isn't that big of a trailer. But I also think this is, you know, yet another place the semi would come in handy. Just get the semi, get the water trailer, get the crop trailer, get the pallet trailer. I don't know if I'll really want... I mean, eventually I'll probably want the vehicle trailer for when I go, okay, let me move the harvester half across the map now. You'll definitely want to take it on the semi as opposed to slowly moving the harvester at like 10 miles per hour across the entire map. Yeah, so we'll definitely be checking out, I think... By the way, your camera's in front of the UI? Gotcha. Let me actually fix my camera. Because this camera is not supposed to be here. Let me grab... Where are you at? This is supposed to be up here somewhere. So that way I have this one, and then that one as well. It's just over time, as like this one used to be up here, and over time as I was just adjusting it, it goes, oh, I need to move a little bit to the left. It's kind of barely covering stuff. I think it was RimWorld. I think I moved it to the left and down a little bit more here and there with RimWorld, with all the alerts that go up and down over along the right-hand side of the screen. And then you hit the next game where I need to move it farther down and all that. That slowly this camera position like migrated its way to the bottom, where like I've got my various camera positions. I got like the left side, the left bottom, this right side, and the right bottom. It's pretty funny that if I catch in the middle of the transition, it goofs up. No, I don't want to park this over there. I was like, let me just park the trailer here. It's like, no, that's actually where all the pallets are going to come out. Let's top this off one last time. It's mostly full. We'll park it up. Then we advance our day to tomorrow. We cultivate the fields real fast, and then the next day we would seed the fields with the sorghum. All right. So the good news is, with all that, we're in okay shape. I thought I had like massively overspent on the putting down the pavement, the lights, and all that. But that extra 30 should carry us, because we'll end up burning probably like 5, 6, 7, 8,000 of that with our worker. Probably another 10 or so thousand we will burn up on fertilizer, liquid fertilizer. Yes, it's the field way out there. But yeah, I know it's already planted. Alright, so with this, we are now on to dropping you off. You get the sorghum sorted out. Well, not sorted. We're cultivating the fields today, and then tomorrow we are going to plant them in game day. All right. Meanwhile, while that's doing that, grab our little tractor real fast. I got two things I could do in the meantime. The first one is let's grab our bread, toss it in the warehouse. And then the second one we can do real fast is I never did repair that sprayer. I never did repair that sprayer the other day because we were short on money, so we should definitely repair the sprayer. Let's see. Craig says, you remember having a different scene for every game for that reason? Because camera position would change for a game. Then you simplified it by not having the cam at all. And anyone even similar, and stop streaming at all. Yeah, stop streaming does simplify your scene choices. That's the reason I had the 4 different positions. Because by and large, with those 4 different positions, usually I can, like, that'll work for like 99.9% of the games. The only games I tend to not be able to use one of those 4 positions is there are some games that literally just have stuff everywhere, and there's just no way to make it work. You love this little guy still around? The little tractor here? Yeah, my intention is once I get the next bigger tractor out there, I was hoping it pulled over far enough to do it in one run. Once I get like the second bigger tractor, I'm not going to delete this tractor. I'm just going to attach it to that water carrier, and it's just going to do water until the point we get to a, oh, they're already popped on our bread. Until we get to a point that I've got the track, like the semis doing it. Then I don't know, because honestly, the horsepower isn't the thing that's super limiting. I can still do a lot of stuff with 100 horsepower. The bigger thing that's a limiter is just its top speed only being 15 miles per hour is is pretty rough. There's just not many things I want to be moving that slow, which is the reason why the water would be fine for this one. Is because they only have to move it back and forth like 20 feet, so... You know, none of the tractors are going to be able to get up to speed in that little distance anyways. Alright. Once it's obsolete, just terraform a big hill and put on top like it's some kind of memorial. I mean, I can think of worse. We need those giant floodlights, like, Rimworld added. Like, the giant ones you'd put over, like, an entire football field or whatever. Like, just put, like, a giant floodlight that covers the entire field. Obviously, you probably wouldn't really do that in real life with an actual farm, but that's fine. Yeah, as you can see, that thing will go relatively quickly. I only got 2 fields to do with that thing. So in the meantime, we got that. Alright, so there's the herbicide. We've got the solid fertilizer is fine. We've got some spare lime. We need seeds. So it'll be a batch of seeds and liquid fertilizer I'll need to pick up. Honestly, we're not even that bad off with the fertilizer. The liquid fertilizer, I mean. We still have like 30%, which doesn't sound like that much. But when I fill this whole thing up, it usually does last me like 2, maybe 3 seasons. It takes a while to go through it. The downside is filling this thing up costs a fortune. So once I hit the straightaway, I'll buy the 8 seed containers. And I'll buy a decent number of the fertilizer stuff. I'll probably buy just enough fertilizer stuff to fill this thing up to 100%. And then just stop there because we'll already be up there. And then I'll have the that flat trailer I put by the bakery, bring it back. Let's also check. Okay, so you're in good repair. That's what I wanted to check, is that the harvester, I didn't leave it unrepaired as well, because I end up doing that sometimes out of necessity. And I did put the lights only on one side of the road, just because if I put them on the other side of the road, it's going to be a huge issue with the harvesting and all that on the other side. But I can worry about that in the future. Okay, so buy. Just what? Oh, don't do that. I'm the one who hit the buttons to do that. But I didn't want to kick out the fertilizer. That's literally the same button. Okay. That's what I want to do. So, seeds, 8, buy, okay, back. And there's also a thing where you can actually pay your employees and just be like, hey, just take care of, like, refilling the seeds and all that, and just, you know, increase the amount you charge me to compensate for it. So you can definitely do that as a strategy. Alright, realistically, since I kicked out 3 containers, and 2 containers and some change, or sorry, roughly 2 containers filled us up 30%, we're probably looking at 4 containers to top off. Fortified, that is. Which would be good, because they're pretty pricey. We're talking that's probably $8,000 or something. And I do still have to pay my workers to work the fields. And I have to repair my equipment. So we gotta float all this until my next harvest. Alright, so repair. Liquid fertilizer. I'm wrong. It's 32,000 per each of these. Let's see where 3 gets me. And then we'll worry about buying the 4th I probably need to top off. Because those 3 almost cost me 10,000 by themselves. Like I said before, if it does come, you know, like push comes to shove, I can always sell some of my goods early. I won't get nearly as much in my margins, but I won't lose money. Alright. Okay, so yeah, they're each giving me somewhere in the ballpark of like 14-15% from the looks of it. I wasn't keeping a very close eye on it, but we were at 44% when I started this container. %15 almost on the money. Alright, it's not going to be full, but I'm going to go with that. I'm worried if I go under $10,000 before we start having to do like all the harvesting and all that kind of stuff. I won't be able to afford to pay my employees to do it. And ultimately that means I just sell my stuff early and not get the full payout. But it would be better, like, because this is more than enough to handle all of my fields for the year, this amount of fertilizer. So I shouldn't have to worry about that at all. Alright. But that's good. Then we go up there with the trailer and grab the seeds. You're a bit over halfway from the looks of it. Which that's a huge field. That's the other reason I want to get a second big tractor as well. Because then I can start doing the thing like have that one do the cultivating, have another one do the liming, have, you know, like another one doing fertilizer, like that kind of thing. That's the way you have to scale up later, is be able to have a bunch of things going on asynchronously. That way, you know, you don't have your one tractor being, you know, being your bottleneck working on stuff. I imagine somewhere around like the area of 3 or 4 tractors is probably the limit, unless you get really giant fields, of what you can get away with. Because a lot of processes, they go fast enough that if you were to start with one tractor, hop out of the other one, get in position, get all set up, and then send it, by the time you get the third one set up, it's time to jump back to the first one because it's finished its job. Which ultimately what that would boil down to is eventually you'd go and you'd slow down the time of your days or whatever. I hope we don't get to that anytime soon, though. Actually, well, I mean, we actually don't need to slow it down. We're getting nowhere near running out of time in our days anymore. I did switch it from 5 times to 1 time speed during the day. I did that a while back. We just had, it was like, at the time I was still dealing with a tiny little seeder and all that. And it was just, to get through everything I needed for the day, I had to do that because I had just like the one tractor struggling so hard to keep up. It was using all like the smaller equipment, like the little teeny tiny seeder. It was still using like a plow. And just none of it was nearly as efficient as it should be. Alright, so you can drop that off. Probably not where I should park it, but I've already dropped it off. We'll grab the trailer, we'll grab the seeds, bring them on down. Meanwhile, it's just cultivating away. Just the one big gash in the middle of that field where it got missed by the AI. Yeah, so we've got 4 fields of wheat here. We'll have sorghum in the outside, and then way back there, that field, you can't really make it out because it just blends in, is our canola. Doesn't the seeder use solid fertilizer? The seeder uses solid fertilizer. My sprayer uses liquid fertilizer and liquid herbicide, and then, you know, the seeds are seeds. So we do actually need both solid and liquid, because the seeder only does a 50% application of fertilizer, which I then need to follow with another application of fertilizer. And I found personally that the sprayer can be the most efficient time-wise. Like, technically I can use the wagon that does the lime, I could use that for fertilizer as well. And it does a really, it does a pretty good job, but it's just not quite as fast. That said, I am torn on whether the slightly slower speed of the lime wagon doing the fertilizer is faster than doing the faster speed on the fertilizer wagon, followed up by needing to then herbicide right afterwards. Well, actually, no, wait, I'm sorry, you'd still need herbicide. That's why. It was the plowing versus cultivating that makes it so you do or don't need to herbicide. Not the nature of how you do your fertilizer. I didn't grab my trailer. I just went autopilot and I didn't grab my trailer. Yeah. And that was, I actually really like for when, I like the fertilizer spread that you attach on the back of your tractor. That thing's pretty good. It doesn't have nearly the capacity, but it's got a really big spread on it and everything. So it really does do a good job. But yeah, no, it would be good if I actually remember to pick up course play, just so when it comes to the fields themselves, when I go to hand off the keys to the AI, I can hand off the keys for when they go to do something like the sprayers and not absolutely fail. Because that'll end up being my biggest bottleneck in the long run, is I have a process that only I am able to do. And so I have to do both the spraying of the fertilizer and the herbicide. So at some point, I'll hit the limitation of where my entire playing a farm sim will be set up the AI, set up the AI, set up the AI, spray all the fields, set up the AI, set up the AI, set up the AI, spray all the fields. So you'll only ever see me spraying fields. I also looked, I haven't gotten it before. Where's the sprayer? There's a sprayer in here that's like an actual vehicle sprayer. I'll worry about that later. As an alternative to the thing I have where I drag it behind the tractor. And that might be worth considering at some point as well. Because I do think there is a value at some point of having 2 sprayers. Like, this is my fertilizer sprayer, that's my herbicide sprayer. So that, you know, I can have one tractor go and just start spraying the fertilizer. And assuming with course play, I could then immediately put right behind the second tractor that's spraying the, the herbicide first, then the fertilizer. And so just throw multiple AI characters at it to just get it done. and there's the seeds. Yeah, that's the one. It's like all of these do spring. So that's also 36 meters, can go 15 miles an hour as a dedicated vehicle. But you get the idea. The limitation on that one is just the they cost like 250, like 500,000 to get them. That one can apparently do 48.5 meters though. That's almost enough to do this entire field in one pass. Not quite, but almost. You want me to continue the series? It's been so long you played? Yeah. No, I mentioned it was those things they started having the viewership on this drop. And I don't think it was like people not liking the game. It just felt like it was kind of, you know, I had been playing a lot of it. And so there was a lot of people who were kind of looking for me to do something else. And it happens. Like there hasn't been a big DLC for Farm Sim for a decent amount of time. Like they had that Production Lines mod DLC thing, but I don't think that really did much of anything for the category. Kind of fell flat. But my hope is that when they have like their next major DLC, that we'll see a bump in the category again that'll breathe new life into it. Plus, you're starting to get over the main challenge part of it. Yeah, but I mean, that was a lot of the feedback I was getting from the people like, you know, it's fun to watch you play Farm Sim, but like, you know, you've been kind of doing the same handful of fields again and again. Like, it'd be nice to see you make some faster progress. And around the time like it started like really dropping off, is like, oh yeah, no, it'd be nice if you had faster progress. Like, we're literally at the point that happens. Like, very genuinely, each season now, every single season, I can at least get a major upgrade or buy, you know, an area of land now. As opposed to at the beginning where you go, like, 2 seasons go by and I get, like, this very, very small, tiny upgrade. But, one of the things I'm looking for, let's check to see if it says it needs lime. Okay, so we do need to lime the field. But yeah, no, so we're starting to get over the worst part of the difficulty. Certainly. But, we're now at a phase in the game where, like I said, we do a harvest, and at least something changes. Whether it's I get a tractor, or I get a semi, or we get a production line, or I buy a plot of land. Like, it won't be a lot of things. Like, we won't sit there and do, like, a harvest and, you know, slap up 4 or 5 things. But I will be able to buy, like, one thing to advance progress. When your seeder is doing, like, 2 meters compared to the 13 or whatever you do now. Oh, yeah. No, it's, I think it's actually more than 13. I think it's, like, 18 meters or something like that now. Yeah, no, when we start doing, like, the 2-3 meters on the seeder, and it would take me an entire stream to do just those 4 fields. Like, the whole stream would just be, like, seeding those 4 fields and, like, getting to the point of being able to do another harvest. Alright, so we dropped that off. I can't remember if this one can handle the lime wagon or not. Versus now we have, as far as like area of fields, probably close to 3 times as much, maybe even more. And I can usually just shy of get a full season done per stream. Yeah, Farm Sim is just super good vibes and usually great for conversation. Agreed. That's like, that's to me like the big draw. It's funny because I've had multiple people make the comment of they saw me playing Farming Sim and they're like, I cannot think of a more boring sounding game than a game where you watch a tractor drive around doing laps on a field. And yet here we are, I'm watching this game and I'm having a good time. It's like, hey, there's just some games that on paper you're like, but why? And then you do it and you're like, I understand now. Like, I think the first one that stood out for me with that was the game Papers, Please. When that first came out, it was like, wait a second. So you are, like, this is a game where literally I am going to sit in a security booth, like a border crossing security booth, and people are going to show me their paperwork, and I'm going to have to look at them with meticulous detail to try and suss out the inconsistencies, to see who is lying to me and who is not, and who should or should not be allowed, you know, to cross the border. And then the rules of the what I have to watch for change as it goes along. Why would anyone want to play that? And then of course you play and you go, okay, this is actually really good. There are a lot of games that on paper you're like, this looks so dumb. Why would I ever want to play that or whatever? And then you get into it and they're pretty good. So many games fall into that category. Alright, you do that. Meanwhile, we need to grab the lime wagon and put down some lime. Otherwise, we take like 10-15% penalty on our yield. And I like money. You've learned not to poo on a game before you've tried to watch it? Oh yeah, no, there's been a bunch of games that over the years I've had to go and be like, alright, hear me out. This game you're about to see does not, like, you're going to look at this and go, but why would I want to play that? It's like, just trust me. It's like, you just need to ignore your existing experience with games in that genre. Oh yeah, this tractor can't really do this. So the problem I'm running into is because of how much the trailer weighs. When I go to turn, it lifts my front wheels, and I need my front wheels to turn. So it gets real dicey trying to steer with this. I'm really hoping I don't have to buy more lime, because lime is also not particularly cheap. Alright. So that's all the lime I had handy. I'm gonna try to get by with this. This is not working. Like, I'm 2 seconds in, I'm already noticing some major problems. And I always suck at gauging this particular one so badly. As I mentioned, I always suck at gauging this one so badly. It's a reason I like to use the AI for these kinds of things. Oh, right, I'm supposed to go that way in the field. Because with the AI on these fields, the AI just has, like, laser precision, the exact width. Versus as the player. Like, I wouldn't mind if the game has, like, an option I could turn on there. It gave me, like, a little green line, basically kind of showing me the width. I know some people be, like, super upset. They'd be like, nah, it's not a realistic simulation game. But, like, have to do a whole thing where I have to, like, re-eyeball it, like, every third time because I don't play this frequently enough to just have that effectively memorized. Alright. Let's see how you handle turning around, computer. let's see if you can do this significantly better than I can. With the not having the way in the front. Oh, this thing is struggling to get up that hill. Okay, hang on. That is wasting a lot more lime than it needs to because it's taking so much to get up the hill. Okay, I may have to intervene and not let it do that. Check the GPS mod. You can show the lines to indicate your width. If you want, you can even lock the vehicle to dive the line, thus get perfectly straight line. Yeah, no, I've GPS mod. I believe I even have it downloaded, not loaded right now on the save or whatever. It's one I looked at. At first, I thought it could do a lot of the stuff that Courseplay, not like to the depth that Courseplay, but I thought it could like drive through the map and say like, "Hey, map this for me," and hand it over to the AI. But I was informed that's basically not the case. A lot of the mods, I will say one negative I have with a lot of the mods for Farming Simulator is a lot of them do a pretty bad job of describing what they actually do. They'll be like, this helps you navigate. Okay. How? Some are better than others, but I would say it's got a little bit worse of a track record than a lot of the other games. Or just not have a description. Yeah, they'll be like, this is a light. It's like, cool. What's it look like? Too bad. Figure it out. Alright, bear with me. While this thing's going, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and you can watch it as it does some heckin' fertilizer. No, it's not fertilizing, it's liming. While I can do some heckin' liming, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, grab myself a new drink, and I will be back in just a minute or so. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back. And Ionic rolling a natural 1. My goodness. My goodness. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. I said I was going to let you watch it. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, Lardine, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay. And how are you doing? You're getting pretty close to done, actually. You're over halfway. Which would be good. That means I'll just do the line with this vehicle on this field, and then the next field will do the other one. As a poor AI does the field at 10 kilometers per hour, some at 6 kilometers per hour. So it's like 2x the lime on that half. Yeah, no, it's that hill on the other hand. Like, good news is, that's the steepest part we're done with now. So it shouldn't struggle. To be fair, this tractor here has no business doing what I'm doing on it right now. 100 horsepower is just really not quite adequate for this. But my other tractor, that's the, what is it, like 500 or whatever horsepower, it's busy doing the cultivator, which this tractor physically cannot move while running. So, yeah, AI getting paid by the hour. AI knows what they're doing. Man, that is just obliterating my lime. Yeah, so this will probably still drop down to like maybe 8 miles per hour. It's fine. I'll have to go and do a stock up on the lime. I'm thinking it'll be okay for what we're dealing with, because I know I need to run the harvester still before the next time I get paid. Yeah, so it's gonna sit at 8 or 9. Meanwhile, let's pop over here. That's not the right menu. Let's look here. What does canola oil go for money-wise? So canola oil shows the price fluctuations. It looks like somewhere around 1950 is the top, and it's once again December. That is like the best time to buy and sell. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go Alt-R, and we're gonna put a new thing here for canola oil, and say, hey, game. So apparently it's gone as high as 1751. And the average... That's the thing. The UI in this game, that prediction model, lies through its teeth. So we've apparently seen it for as much as 2,000. What I'm going to go ahead and do is say, set to highest, and then I want to take away... Yeah, it's set around here. Let's double check that. So it's saying 1900. Let's look at that. We want it higher than that. So let's go back down to the canola oil. I'll make it 1900 flat. And when I see it at 1900 flat, then we'll know it's time to sell. It apparently looks like it's another one that's going to sell in December. That's actually one of the things I want to move away from, is I want to get some... Let's see. Prediction lines, workers are time thieves. Drivers can't back a trailer, and probably lied in the resume. Game got too realistic. It is one of those things, you watch the AI and how they handle some stuff, it's like... Now, to be fair with some of that, is you can understand some of the times when they do stuff very inefficiently, because it's like, okay, they're trying to set up the AI to handle as broad a number of situations as possible, which means often doing like this really inefficient path, because it'll let them avoid a bunch of problems. That said, the AI in this game has always been notoriously not very good at their job. Like, for simple stuff like this, where it's just back and forth, they do okay. But it's the whole thing where they, like, drive forward and they kind of reset and then back into position and then they go. Like, you get it. It's very clearly computer-driven. Because it's not a way, like, a lot of people would actually work. But they always do it every single time. They just, like, line it up, then do the work. Alright. That's also one of the dangers you get with a lot of stuff in these games when you do stuff to improve the AI, like you grab mods that improve the AI. A lot of times, mods that improve the AI in games, especially even more than these, like games like RimWorld, usually you pay a very high performance cost. Because to get those extra bit of performance, the AI has to do way more calculations. That's not always true, though. There are definitely some games that they like do their pathfinding in such a way that is inefficient. Like, they repeat the pathfinding calculation, like, way too often. And there's a lot of different, like, pathfinding is probably the thing in games you'll see people come up with the most ingenious ways to optimize. So, like, one of the things is taking, like, common routes and, like, pre-calculating a whole bunch of those common routes ahead of times. And then basically just take the pathfinding of your game and going, okay, I need to go that way. All right, you just get to the nearest common route. Okay, there you go. You'd love a dumber AI, honestly. Make you actually just draw a route, etc. instead to go. Yeah, I mean, I would like that as well. Like, I wouldn't call that a dumber AI so much as you being able to directly guide the AI. Just being able to say, like, hey, watch what I'm doing. Now, anytime you see me pull up to this field with this tool and I hit the go button, make the AI do that. The downside is that could potentially get to be a bit steep on a lot of the stuff going on, just because I would need to, like, for one field, I would have to save every tool I end up using with that field. I want you to... There you go. I was like, why aren't you folding up? So, like, if I had a small cultivator, I'd need to plot it one way. If I have a big cultivator, that'd be a second path. If I have my sprayer, that'd be a third path. If I have a different sprayer, that'd be a fourth path. And it's not like that big a deal, but I could see that ballooning your save file. Which I don't think is that big a deal. I don't think it'd be that bad. All right. Okay, so the other AI stopped working. They ran out of lime. So I'm a little worried about our money right now. Ultimately, like I said, it's not that big a deal. I can sell some bread earlier, which I'd hate to do. Or I can sell stuff. Usually I try to sell stuff out of the greenhouse early. Because it's just a lower overall amount of profit, it means not getting the full bang for my buck on it is less painful than bread, which is my highest selling, like highest value per unit item. So getting it like half my maximum price is way more painful. Okay. I mean, at least they got most of the way. For what it's worth, they did get most of the way through this field. So I'm going to drop this off. We're going to take the little tractor and just drive it over here and park it up for now. And then I'll have this tractor grab that for the rest of the time. Because even though the blue tractor is way more expensive to maintain and repair, it does a much better job of a lot of that. Yeah, because that's solid fertilizer, liquid fertilizer. No, I think that's herbicide. Solid or seeds. That's all fine. Let's go grab this thing. Yeah, because what I still need to do is I will need to harvest all of these fields and pay the AI to do that, like to do its part of that. I will need to seed 2 of these fields. Actually, one of those. If you did waypoints, it just store the X and Y coordinate of each node, each bit. Right, but usually because it's trying to record the exact thing, is you're not recording just, you know, this corner, that's one set of bits, that corner, that's the next set of bits, the next corner, that's the next set of bits. It's usually not that simple. Literally, it'll have, like, if I do the turnaround, it'll end up having like 8 or 9 different points each turnaround. But yeah. It adds up. It adds up a lot pretty fast. And don't get me wrong, I could see it where it's like you record the whole thing, and then you, the player, could go back through like through the course, and where you do like the turnaround, go just grab those 4 points. That's enough, like, to get this right. You don't need to be nearly that precise. And there's stuff they could do to optimize it. My thought is more just having to do, you know, for every field a ton. Like, it's not going to be that big a deal, but it is more data. And usually a lot of that stuff they don't do a good job of optimizing. It's also going to be more than just the XYZ. It's going to be XYZ. Is the tool engaged, not engaged? Is it lowered, not lowered? Like all those kind of things. Do you, like, what width have I set the tools stuff to as well? It's still not a huge file size relative to a lot of things. But it is just, you know, more stuff you can stack on the file. Alright. Hopefully not Z. Yeah, no, you shouldn't need Z coordinates on most stuff. Not until you start getting buildings with, like, multiple floors or whatever. Alright, so I gotta go buy some lime. Because I think, monetarily speaking, it's worth more to me to buy the lime and lime the fields and have to sell the greenhouse stuff early than it is to not lime the fields and you know, sell the greenhouse stuff at the right time.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm honestly, I've debated this for a while. I've debated taking the greenhouse stuff and just setting it to sell. It means I'll get probably half to 3/4 as much money per year in revenue. Like, I'll still turn a profit, but to take that off my plate is something I have to maintain as much. I only haven't done it because then it's, you know, way less for the time investment. I gotta remember that thing tips pretty easy. I've also learned to not use that spigot. It's highway robbery. Alright, big pallets of lime. 3,000 bucks. Like, it's supposed to be the same either way, but I've had times where it very clearly charged almost like a factor of 10. That, like, we literally save scummed. It was that bad of a difference. It's like, oh my god, hang on. I tried to fill this thing up and it just cost me like $30,000-$40,000. I'm sorry, the answer is no. Okay, so I didn't need to buy as much as I did, but that's okay. Actually, you know what? No, this is about right. They're filling up a little over 10% each. So this isn't even gonna bring it full. That's the reasons why there's like a lot of mods and all that they will they'll let you, there's a mine, like a thing that pulls up like kind of an ore as a resource that I believe is just vanilla. It might be DLC, but just a vanilla game with DLC or whatever. And there's a lot of people who have made mods that you could take that ore you find, the stone, and you can take it to a separate place to make lime. That seemed like a pretty reasonable thing to do. Like, I get the idea is you're circumventing the cost in a big way, which isn't really what I care about. It's the fact that I have to fill up this trailer with one of these at a time. I remember before I did the auto-loading thing, like, some of these things you'd have to go to fill them up, and you'd have to, like, get them over the trailer and all that. I remember fighting with that on some of the old stuff, getting like the forklift and picking up one of the bags by a tong and like lifting it over top of what you're trying to fill. Alright, so we can finish liming this field. I'm feeling pretty heavily like we're gonna have to sell some stuff early, unfortunately. Hey, you know what? If RNG would just be so kind and have like a great deal day on something I would sell, so it's slightly over the normal peak price on its off season, I'd go for that. If the game engine is listening really fast and wants to just show me a little bit of love with the R&D. Not R&D, RNG. Okay. So just gotta get the fields limed. Once the fields are limed, then we would advance to the next day, and then the next day we've got to seed the fields, herbicide the fields, and fertilize the fields. And at that point, we basically just advance to Harvest Day, which I believe starts in July. And then we do the harvest. The good news is with, I believe... So I think I will need to... No, actually, I'm going to probably have to plant literally everything. Except, sorry, I won't need to replant the sorghum a second time before we make our money. But I will need to replant the wheat and the canola. Yeah, random number degenerator or whatever for RND. The cursed RNG. Or just have like RNG Java style where it's just not very good at being random. It kind of goes in cycles of really good and really bad just by the nature of how the base Java random number generator works. One of the primary things it uses for its randomization isn't great. Not all RNG is created equal. You have some games that, I mean, it goes even beyond games. We have some things when it comes to randomizing numbers that they do a lot to make the number as random as possible, doing stuff like calculating like CPU cycles, the like the nanosecond on time, you know, combined with some like salt that they use, which is like a random thing within itself, and then like grab some other comparison thing. Just have like a whole bunch of different data points that they compare against, so that between all of them. But even that can get you in trouble. Even having like large numbers of different things can get you in trouble. If one of those things does have a tendency of leaning towards one, it could be one of those things that it should be more random, but by the nature of how the randomness works, it does feed itself into creating less randomized results. You can make something overcomplicated to a point that it actually makes it worse, but harder to validate. There used to be books of random numbers with instructions on how to randomly choose a page. Yep. But yeah, there's a whole thing with a lot of that just... Those are processes that get incredibly complicated behind the scenes, but or when you're dealing with it like in the moment kind of things, that you don't know how it works behind the scenes, and that's fine. But very much once you start like digging into the weeds of it, it ends up being this whole thing. Alright, so we've got that field all done. We just need to lime the other field, and then we're done for this in-game day. Okay. I've noticed this post right here, that one we just passed, is a bit offset from theirs. Like the ones like on the corners of place, you can kind of excuse, be like, oh yeah, the corner, like posts on corners are sometimes misaligned with the rest of the post because, you know, they're dealing with like the curb with the ramp for like your wheelchair access, or like, you know, the electrical boxes or like whatever else they got going on that they'll be a little bit offset, or just, you know, the nature of how the lanes are set up for permitting turns and all that. They're not quite straight. But then it's just when you're like going along the sidewalk and there's ones that just kind of chunked back a little bit. You're like, All right. And I'm hoping I have enough lime for this. The real problem would be if we finish all of our wheat fields. Well, actually, do we... No, we already seeded our wheat. But basically, if we get to the point of doing our wheat fields, they're like, hey, you need more lime. That'd be rough. Because the lime is not cheap. But when you're talking about the produce I'm getting out of this giving me, you know, tens of thousands of dollars extra if I do the extra 15%, it does pay for itself. Because I only have to lime like once every couple of harvests. Not every single time. Yeah, I do think with the way things have gone, we're probably not gonna worry about doing more Pacific Drive on the stream. Like I said, it's 3 for 3, kind of having not great viewership numbers. And I get a big part of that is Pacific Drive. While the music is an absolute jam and it's a great game, for people with motion sickness, it's not a good time. Like there's some people who run into simulation sickness and all that it wasn't too bad for them. But I do know for a lot of people, and it's not that the game is doing anything wrong. It's just the nature of where you're bouncing around on the curbs and all that, and the camera's getting thrown around. That unless they had like settings to like really turn that way down, it's just gonna be difficult for some people. I also understand it doesn't really align with a lot of the content I do on here. It's a faster paced game. Not like super fast paced, but yeah. I was thinking a lot of streamers played it as a demo, then played in release, and it's linear story. Yeah, I mean it is a story driven game, which is the thing that like once you get the story revealed, that does take away one of the main things of it. But to be fair, Subnautica, that's also true. But Subnautica did very well for us when I played that. Like at the time I played Subnautica as one of the better performing games on the channel. Now that is one of those ones that like for the channel I think is a one and done. But I feel like Pacific Drive, while being in a really excellent game, it is one of those stories you kind of watch through once and you know the story. I also don't feel like, from what I've seen of the story, which maybe I'm missing stuff because I haven't fully spoiled myself on it, it does feel like one of those kind of stories that doesn't have the, you know, it doesn't have one of those moments that like, you know, as the person playing it the first time, you're like, no. Like you don't have any like these major upset moments, you know, like the big reveal moments. Like it's got some reveals, you know, like where you start to learn more about the characters' stories and all that. But it never felt like one of them was, again, so far from what I've seen and had spoiled for me, it didn't feel like there's any like those major ones for like Knights of the Old Republic where you get the big reveal, which I won't spoil, that you're very much like, oh my god, really? Or like if you're playing stuff like Undertale, the way like some of the stuff goes, or Toki Toki Literature Club, where you have like the big upset, where you're almost there even after you know the story because you want to see how the content creator reacts to that, like seeing that moment. You want to see like, you know, you cannot re-experience that moment for the first time ever again. But you can kind of do it vicariously by watching others hit those major beats. And so while I actually really like the storytelling and the gameplay and the setup and everything, Pacific Drive, and the music is an absolute jam, to me it's got a very satisfying game loop and all that. It feels like the story, as well as ones you watch, it's one and done. You don't really feel a need to see the story a second time. Again, from what I've seen so far. There is also, when it comes to the gameplay, like there's advancing the story gameplay where you run out and you just try and like get it finished. And then there's just kind of grinding materials gameplay, which is fun to play, but I can imagine watching car stop, grind up thing, put in the trunk, go to the next spot, car stop, grind up thing, put in the trunk, get the spot, car stop, grind thing. I imagine from watching, that's probably not the most satisfying thing. So I could absolutely see it the kind of game that, like, I think it would potentially work better on YouTube, because you could do like a 2 or 3 video series where you hit like the major story beats on there and just completely skip all the grind from the content you show. And maybe not as well, because I do still feel like it'd be those ones that once you have the story revealed, you're done. I also don't think it gives you a lot of room because of the linearness for like weird challenges other than don't die once throughout the whole thing, or, you know, challenge. Like the only challenge I can really come up with is like, okay, play through the game, but you're not allowed to do choose thing. And yeah. But these some games also have different ways to go about puzzles, even if only one solution. Pacific Drive is very good at guiding you. Yeah, no, Pacific Drive, like I said, I think it's an amazing and excellent game. I do feel like it's a game that probably lacks in replayability, which is fine. Like, you can certainly sit there and just loot goblin for the sake of loot goblining, but I don't see a reason why you'd ever play through the story again, other than, you know, like, you just want to re-experience playing the game. But I do feel like it's one of those games, by the time you finish it, you're probably like, you know what? You're good. I could see some people also achievement chasing to get like the last of the research done, because one of the feedback I've heard from others I've seen play it is that you basically finish the story long before, like, you'll either just have gotten the really fancy tech or just about to get the fancy tech. So it's kind of one of those things, you get the really fun toys too late to really use them, which I don't know, like, I'll have to see how I feel when I get there myself. But that does happen in a lot of games, too. Like, there's some games that, like, the really fun stuff you want to play with, they don't give it to you until, like, you've beaten the game. And you're like, okay, but then what was the point? Like, it's one thing if it's, like, it's an RPG and they give you, like, the super amazing, really ridiculously powerful equipment at the end, and they didn't want to trivialize the boss by giving you that super powerful thing early, and you can get that, but then it's stuff like quality of life convenience thing and making them very late game progression. It's like, but why? It's like Borrow. You finish you finish the story 1/3 of the way through your character progression. Yeah, because you almost need a feature freeze for the least 20 to 25% of the game, where you tune up the difficulty with tools you've already learned. You almost need a feature freeze for the last 20-25% of the game, where you tune up the difficulty, turn up the difficulty with the tools you've already earned. Oh, gotcha. So it's one of those things that, like, you need a part where you give them the tools to be super powerful, and then go, alright, but hear me out, like, you know, let's have a little time where we ratchet up the difficulty on you for when you have those powerful tools. So, like, you get the fancy new tool that it's just a convenience thing, but, like, later it's like, not that it's critical required, but, like, it's very heavily desired. Because, like, it's one of those things that so far I've been able to get by with almost no battery recharging Pacific Drive. I do feel like if I have to drive all the way from the garage to the deep zone, I'm gonna have to have ways to recharge. Like, realistically, for those super long drives, you're gonna want a way to recharge. Otherwise, there's gonna be so many times where, just because of circumstances taking you a bit longer to get there, you'll have no battery to explore the last place. Alright, so the lime is done. Alright, but for those who don't know Rent Naro, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform if you haven't already heard of them. They do a bunch of stuff, but one of the big things they're kind of known for is they do a lot of work with Project Zomboid, where they made a couple of fun mods. Like, they're responsible for, if you've ever heard of the Rual CDDA, they made a harder version of it called Cursed CDDA. So if you ever wanted the really CDDA to be even harder, we can make that happen. And I mean, it is truly cursed. But with all that said, they do a lot of Project Zomboid stuff, that kind of stuff. A lot of the stuff when people talk about like the inner workings of Project Zomboid, a lot of that came from Retnaru. That people would say, I think this, and Retnaru go, all right, let's find out. And do a whole bunch of work on like properly testing it, doing the analysis, all that kind of stuff. Not just taking the fact that like the last dozen people said, oh, it works like this. Be like, you know what? I think you're right, but has anyone sat there and thoroughly tested it? We have learned entire mechanics that people didn't realize are part of the game thanks to Ret. Like about how like heat impacts exhaustion and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. And then they do a bunch of YouTube stuff as well. Like, they've shown videos on how like population migration works, which even as someone who has thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, while I get it conceptually, good old light switch sound only at night. Does it give a sound only at night? I've never actually cared about the light switch and how it attracts zombies. For those who don't know in Project Zomboid, the light switch, zombies in Project Zomboid do not see light. They don't differentiate. So if you leave your lights on in your house, they don't care. But at the time you flick on the lights, it effectively plays a noise that you don't hear the sound, but it effectively plays a noise that the zombies hear, which is what actually attracts them. It used to do a gunshot-worthy sound at night. They removed it a bit after your video. Oh, does it just not do anything now? It just doesn't? Yeah, because I remember it was a thing that, the only time you care is you'd turn on your light, and it would attract zombies. Like, I had no idea the scope of, like, how far it would go. But, like, once the lights were on, it didn't matter. Like, it just did not matter. If the zombie came to your window, it was either RNG, they happened to run into your window, or most likely they heard and or saw you. The Project Zombie is also weird because a lot of the code you can read doesn't actually work in-game, and might be different implementation you can't easily find. Take poison berries. Yeah, no, they definitely have, like, what is referred to as dead code. So it's code that was written at one point, and then like they took the code that would call that code and it's just not there anymore. Or you do the function here and then you have another function that effectively does the same thing that overwrites the variables or whatever carries forward. And we're not going to start seeding right this moment. We are at about pretty much the time to wrap up stream. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, rather than continuing on for another in-game day with all this, we are going to be going ahead and wrapping stream and finding someone for us to raid, but don't go anywhere, because we know lots of really fantastic people on Twitch that we can go say hello to. So what's going to end up happening is, for those over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will abruptly end because there's no such thing as raiding over there. But over here on Twitch, hang out. We're going to go find someone to raid. It probably won't be someone playing Farm Sim. We'll probably find someone we know who makes good content. We did bounce between a couple of games today and all that. So I want to make sure to do that. I'm also going to remember to actually exit the game here, so that save file does not keep running. Not that I've ever done that. But, you know, there's that whole thing. But let me go ahead and get rid of TikTok and YouTube and all that. We will be back here again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I may play, I believe it's Fabledom, which is like a city builder kind of